pretty fun.
Oh yeah, baby. We're just gonna be looking at that stream, casting what we see, baby. If I hear that third party come from the side, I'm calling it out. But if I don't hear it, I ain't. So it's gonna be fun to cast for sure. And you're totally right. The problem with this is, when we're talking about, being able to pick those right fights. The issue is it only takes one team to have that kind of dead focus to destroy the other. You know what I'm saying? Because you could be a squad that's like, yeah, you know what? We don't want to deal with this fight. We want to go into zone. But if one team in particular is like, nah, we're fighting this, that's going to delay the other team's rotation timing and can absolutely destroy them. So you're going to have to see some teams have that kind of IQ of understanding like, hey, maybe we need to keep a little bit of extra distance here because we don't want to get caught up in a fight no matter what. Right here, right now. Oh, I'm on the screen, baby. I'm excited. Let's go. Heading into Erangel.
That's one. A pretty good playing path, by the way. Like, usually we get some interesting playing paths. This being the first playing path, I absolutely love it because more than likely it's going to allow everybody else to go just to their usual just dropping spots. And this is when we'll figure out if teams are going to be third-partying each other, if teams maybe are going to hot drop each other, or what kind of setup we're going to be seeing here on the first day of PMCO EEU Season 2.
Yeah, let's get it going. Yeah, playing path right down the center here. So, yeah, I'm not looking and seeing too many teams drop on each other off the rip, so that's a really good sign. You can see some squads already popping on out, starting to get that loot. And we do have some teams heading all the way down to military. That's going to be fun to watch. Where do you think the first circle's going, Seven?
What kind of toxicity we're feeling today? Because I'm already seeing a bit of a hot drop up there in Ross. And I'm starting to see something kind of forming over here towards the bottom, towards Ferry Pier. Oh my goodness. Hey, yo, military in there too. All those teams that dropped early, I mean, they're going to have so much time and room to work with too, because there's just, look at all the west side. The west side straight up open. Kodiak, Quarry, Primorsk, all of that stuff. Those rotations are going to be coming in handy.
Yes, sir, indeed. And yeah, I am seeing some congestion up there in Rosshawk. And yep, we're going to go right there too right now. This is Robin Gaming. You got the Kraken trying to get some loot. This is a little sketchy place to loot here because you never know where some player could be just holding the window, waiting for you to pop out exactly like this. Yeah, you see, he's just keeping an eye out, waiting for someone to make that cross. So you got to be very, very careful here when rotating.
Yeah, for some of these teams trying to get that angle. Jump up, get different angles. Kraken almost getting pop right there. Luckily for him, he's going to be able to hide just in time. But for some of these other players, I mean, just keep an eye on. Look how spread out Raven is right now. If you're Kraken, you're like, oh man, I might have found myself here in a bit of a pickle.
Yes, sir, indeed. Fat John does get picked up here. A nice little split that Skip Zone has right now. You got Rolex holding this off angle. The only thing is that he is isolated, so he has to get this knock here. If he doesn't, he's going to be in big trouble. Ooh, does get some shots off and does get one knock. Can he get the second? He does. Clutching it up all by himself. 3v1.
Come on, Rolex. You got this. He's going to get injured a little bit. Lucifer's going to start chasing. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. There you go. Lucifer's going to be able to spot him, get the knock right there. And he's going to have to back up as now he's the last one standing. See if he can maybe get a revive. And for the other squad, this is your opportunity to make this push. And you can see them now trying to catch up. Rolex probably relaying some information there of where this team is going to be. And now we're going to be switching over here to military base because there is two teams close by. But I want to see what's going to happen over there between those squads. Lucifer being able to clutch it up for his squad there against Rolex. We have to wait and see, though. Here comes the nade, Jukes. They closed up the gap.
Oh! Huge nade right there. That could possibly save Rolex to see if the rest of the team is able to finally get here. Because Rolex was screaming, "Where are you? I got two of them down. Hurry!" And here they come. Fat John, not a vest at all. Nice little pre-fire there. Oh, what is that, a C4 grenade there? Let's go.
I think I'm going to fin.
Just like
there
that.
you go. Easy pickings. for zone. They just made that look so easy, man. I thought it was gonna be a little bit harder, but SHQIP zone. I'm really wondering how the heck to say that name, because boy, you got so many random letters just added up together. I'm pretty sure it means something, but you know what? I'm gonna call them zone for now. Meanwhile, making their way out of military because they didn't want to get into an engagement over there with the team that was as well landing a military base, which is the smart thing to do. You know what? If you don't have to take that hot drop, if you don't actually have to take the fight, the other team is just giving you a free rotation, take it. Absolutely take it.
You got to. You really do. And that could be a good standpoint, because one thing that happens here at PMCO is, like I said, we don't see players having any kind of agreement we're going. So we did see a Rozhok hot drop, right? This could be the first fight is so crucial, because if you're able to win it, for the rest of, Erangel, you may not have to worry about that team coming to you, because they just may just say, you know what, we lost this fight, let's leave, because every point matters. You don't want to be too hard-headed and fight for that hot drop and then get punished like this, and just like that, your tournament's over.
That's right. Meanwhile, see what these teams are going to be doing in Quarry. Remember, I was talking about Quarry, how all that west side was going to be open. A lot of these teams were going to be able to do a lot of stuff. I can't wait to see what the map is going to be looking like with some of these rotations. Would definitely love to have that map view. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see what ends up happening there. But for some of these squads, I kind of want to go back to that first fight, man. That fight was so good in regards to zone. Ship it zone.
Yeah.
The way that they were able to just kind of realize, okay, we have them. Let's actually rush them. Didn't think twice about it. Even though they were split afar, they were a little bit far away for my liking. They were able to kind of just narrow down that gap, start throwing nades, make sure that they didn't even get a chance to keep an eye on them and eliminate Raven without losing anybody. I feel like that's the most important part. Rolex didn't get eliminated, so that's good for that squad, because now you got 4 eliminations and you still got your 4 players still alive.
Yeah, and that's always why so many teams avoid those hot drops, right? Is because the chances of being able to that fight without losing one player are very slim. And that's exactly what SHD did, right? And I do got to contribute that pretty much all to Rolex there at the start, because he got those 2 initial knocks. He hurt that 3rd player, and that gave him enough time to be able to keep it pushing here. So great effort. And it was good that his team was able to get there in time to be able to save him as well. So now we're starting to see some teams rotate on. I am my spidey senses are tingling here, Seven, because I have an instinct of where the zone's going. Okay. And I think it's heading here towards Ferry Pier, and that's just pure instinct.
I mean, if it does end up going a little bit here closer to Ferry Pier, Nexus Gaming wanting to set themselves up just perfectly for that, as this squad is just making sure they take full control of that compound. And the crazy part too is that with that compound, I mean, depending on what kind of rotation some of these other teams are going to be doing, they might be able to just pick some people apart. They might be able to just get those cheeky eliminations going their way. Numb now trying to make their way here. They're going to have to cross towards the Chinky. You can see the circle is starting to close in. Love to see the circle just to see what some of these other teams are currently doing. I also like that everybody currently has their vehicle. Remember when we went from like one team being just one vehicle, then we saw 2 vehicles, and then now everybody's like, you know what? I'd rather have my own vehicle. I want to drive. I don't want you to drive.
Dude, 4-car strat is the way to go, dude. I remember, I mean, the early competitive days, you had some players that would refuse to drive. Not even kidding. They'd be like, I'm not driving. I hate driving. You pick me up and go. Now 4-car strat, I mean, it is a necessary strategy here at this point. One thing I do like seeing too is, in the past, PMCO versus like the big show, the skill gap was so high, right? It was such a big difference. Now I'm starting to notice that's closed a little bit, right? We're seeing players, they're picking up the good strategies. They have a good idea of what it takes to win this game, and they don't hesitate. So it's good to see that overall just skill level increase across the board.
Yeah, and I think it has to do a lot with just the tools that PUBG Mobile Esports is kind of able to provide to some of these teams now. I mean, thinking back of PMWC, everybody got a chance to just look at the map feed. And I thought that was just so great, because now you're going to be able to see how some of these global teams are rotating, how they're reacting to maybe getting pushed in a way that they haven't seen before. The tools out there for you to become a great and I mean absolute great PUBG Mobile esports player. They're definitely out there. You just gotta want it. It's all about how bad you want it. Meanwhile, everybody's just trying to feel themselves out here. Strong boys moving away from this fight. They're getting caught a little bit too split apart. As plays, fights are gonna start soon here. I'm enjoying that we didn't really get that many hot drops, hot shoots. I thought we were gonna get a lot.
Yeah, we're
gonna figure
here comes
this
the
out.
pull-up though.
Boys now gonna be looking into Nexus. Here comes the push.
Here we go, Lordu up front with a shotgun. He does get that knock. Gonna utilize his cover for as long as he can. Nice shot there though for BLV. Gonna be able to get another elimination as well. So Nexus Gaming putting in some work. This is another one of those teams that did play in season 1, and they're looking to stamp their mark here, because if you're able to top the leaderboards at the end of, you know, day 1, it's gonna cause some fear in some other teams. So you want to have the best performance you possibly can here, especially in a tournament like this.
Yeah, for this team, they were so close to try to qualify to PMCO EU. They ended up being in 5th place, just 1 place away from actually making that qualification. So I'm pretty sure they're looking to just take full advantage of the opportunities whenever they actually get a chance here. But we'll see what they're going to be able to do, because Nexus, I mean, you do end up with 3 eliminations. You have already lost 1 player, and if you do stay up in that area, it's a little bit harder to control with just 2 players, considering how many other teams might end up rotating your way. And we're getting a fight here. Actually, oh, man, there's so many fights. We got to pick one here, baby. We got to stay with one for us, because there's just so many fights going around right now throughout the whole map.
We're getting bits and pieces of every single fight here. Let's see what Blaze can do with this nade, though. Blaze for 3. Oh, that scared him. That's for sure.
Oh, back to back, though.
In the blue zone.
Let's see who's going to hit first. Come on, Blaze. Hey!
Got him.
Kaboom!
Got him.
There you go. And he's not even gonna thirst him. He's like, I know you're gonna die.
There you
All right, bye-bye.
yeah. Blue zone sting a little bit. Ooh. My teammate first. Priorities.
Cool. Six might have an angle on this. 6 might be able to surprise the squad here.
Oh yeah. Notorious saw him. He's running up in the open though. And I don't know about. I think he should have pulled up a little bit closer. This is a long way to run. Let's see what he could do. I mean, at this point, when you're just 1 player up, I think he's just hunting for points at this point. Let's see. Can he hit Blaze? Oh, taking his time. Taking his time.
Oh, they're
gonna get away. They're gonna get away from this. Now. I told you, he pulled up way too far away.
Oh.
But hey, that's some nerves too, man. You just take one little mistake. If you would have taken that shot, he could have probably caught Blaze out. Now he's just stuck in the blue zone.
He might have been able to.
Can't blame him though. He was looking for that clear shot.
Looking at that, I think that's music from Navi back in the day. Last time we saw him, he was playing with Navi. I wonder if that's actually the right player. Once again, for everybody currently tuning in, we just kind of found out 40 minutes ago which teams are going to be participating in this PMCO. So if you guys do end up seeing any of these teams or players that are familiar, please let us know in the chat. We'll be happy to see it after the 15-minute delay. TGM now keeping an eye on everybody here. Oh, you see him in the open. Come on, take those shots. There you go. Easy pickings for TGM.
There you go. Make them run. Looking to do exactly that here as they're holding the edge of this circle. And the zone is definitely towards that bridge area. Boca throwing some smokes out, not able to get his teammate up. Now down to just 2 people here. And this is a very difficult compound to hold here because there's so many different spots where teams can crash on you. Let's just see if it works out for them.
Meanwhile, BRVA looking at everybody. Seeing my there you go. Finding that knock, making sure he secures it too. Dennis from his squad is going to be knocked. No. Elite now pushing up. He should be able to make sure he secures this one. Shotgun's going to be out. He's going to be able to connect. Oh, he's not going to be able to connect. Being able to turn it around there for SSE.
Star Soldiers. That could be a good nade there. That's the eviction notice right there from downtown. And Star Soldiers putting in that effort to try and hold the edge of this circle. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that res off, though. And now, yeah, I'm telling you, this compound is so difficult. Make them run, getting now shot from all angles. This is the better spot right here. Yeah, this hill, this rock. Oof.
Yeah, they're trying to just make sure they secure anything, but they also got to watch out because, I mean, their other teams are going to be kind of rotating around. There you go, BRBA getting caught offside. Make them run, wanting to make sure that they don't have to run, as Boca's now the only one that's going to be here. There you go. We get a chance to see the circle. Ooh, okay. It wasn't fully very pure, but you know what? I'll count it. I'll count it, dudes. And I want you to keep an eye on something. Look at Numb. They got absolute full control of that compound. Ain't nobody getting anywhere near. And if they do, I mean, there could be some opportunities to have a 1-1-2 split in that area. There you go. I think they realized this. I think Numb totally realized that, and then they just decided to pack up. You can coexist at least 2 teams in that area, so I think they're wanting to maybe do that and not pick a fight if they don't have to.
Right, yeah, Numb needs to secure that complex the best they can. Nice little bank shot there from Star Soldiers. Make them run now out of there. This one thing I've noticed about that last circle though, Seven, and this is if I was a coach, you need to be kind of relaying to your team, is you're definitely seeing some hesitancy from all these squads. There's not a lot of spots in this circle, but there's still a lot of good locations available. Rolex up close and personal gets taken down, not able to get the knock. And here comes Shift Zone all the way from Rosshawk. Trying to take on Star Soldiers here. Oh, Epic's in big trouble. Yep, and he's gone just like that. Every single one of these teams are playing the edge here in the late game.
Yeah, great timing there. Remember, this is the squad that we saw them being able to get early fights on. They're up to 9 eliminations now, Hot Jukes, and they're looking to also pick up Rolex. I don't know if they're going to be able to just because of the current circle that we're in and in the position that they are in as well. But Nexus, I mean, we talked about this team earlier. I think we're going to continue to talk about this squad. Now they have lost 2 players. They're up to 5 Willems. You honestly couldn't ask for anything better in regards to how you're set up for the rest of the game. At least this game. Even if you lost 2 players, at least you know that you're going to be exiting with 5 points minimum.
All right, you are, Seven. Let's see right now what the here from Kodiak. On the other side of the circle, this is a really good area here because they're going to get pretty much sight lines on the whole zone. Fat John holding that edge, able to go ahead and find himself an MG3. That could pay off big time here towards the late game.
It could
see how they're going to utilize it.
If it ends up going to that compound, imagine close range. You wouldn't want to have any other weapon. You see RX flick. Oh, are you going to be able to hit with this nade? Are you? You're kind of timing it. You're looking for it. If me model stops right here, that's another squad. KZ is another squad we talked about earlier. They've been here in the past in this PMCO. And if I remember correctly, that squad was also able to qualify. Let me just double check now.
He's got that nade in his hand.
They ended up 11th place. They ended up 11th place last season. So I think they're looking to see if they can maybe actually qualify.
For sure. It's all about that progress, right? Stepping up every season. Not every single team, you know, we've seen a lot where squads don't make it in their first season, not even their second, right? But come that third, they're ready to go. So let's see if they can get it done here in the fall. Kodiak holding on the edge. Let's see where this next circle is going to go, though. That's going to be the big telling point. We saw Nexus holding the big compound. They're going to be the favorites for this circle. And it does just look to center up, maybe even head a little bit to the south. I can just tell by that top edge right there. So still a lot of hills that are still available. I think the warehouse as well is I think, yeah, I think actually the warehouse is wide open. I can just see it right there on the little mini map right there in the corner. Nobody has taken it. And that's something that we see a lot in PMCOs. You see squads very hesitant to push towards open spots because they think everything's taken already. But I think the nerves are playing here big time, and teams are playing this very, very slow.
Talking about the warehouse there towards gas station?
Yeah, it's wide open.
Okay. Yeah, this is when a map
gas
would
station's
definitely
open
come in
too.
handy for us.
Yeah, you see it right there? On the mini map right there on the right?
Yep. That whole area is actually open. I mean, some of these teams are more than likely going to be crashing. I mean, I'm looking at SHC right now. They're looking to make that push. We saw them there in the horizon. They're going to be fine. Meanwhile, though, Flaky My goodness, you've been able to survive here for so long. You got players from Kodiak, you got players from everywhere else. There you go. Easy pickings for Kodiak, making sure they stay flick it back to the lobby. One less team that they're going to have to worry about. And now for Kodiak, guys, how are you going to end up repositioning here? Because they remember, they were on those, on the houses towards the right of the bridge. That is going to be a hard rotation, too, with the way everybody else is currently set up. SHC, they did the play. Dukes, they did exactly what you wanted somebody to do. They went for it.
SHC, they have the most eliminations. You can see the confidence rising in them. They're taking a very good spot in this circle. Numb, they do have the lay of the land here. That is a very difficult compound to push because you have to drive up on it. The only way to do it is from the hill behind them, and nobody's even there. 20 throwing out some smokes for his teammate. Ooh, no protection on these vehicles, and they're going to need them here in a bit. No one's shooting at the vehicles, though, so that's very good for them.
But I thought SHC ended up in the compound. I guess they just might have decided to back off and not actually go for it. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's MW.
Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. All right. MW is currently going to be in that area. Meanwhile, Kodiak right now, they have a lot to work with. At least these two players on the back end. I believe they still have their vehicles too.
About to hit stage 6 here. Only 25 players remaining here, so there's a lot of open space, a lot of room to move. A lot of the times we see in the, PMSL, there'll be like 60 players still remaining here. So let's see how these teams are going to do it. You got Male there, keeping an eye on the backside. Very, very strong. They're not looking to move a muscle unless they have to. 20 was the pop shot. M4.
Let's see if he gets going to be a ball. Kodiak sticking his head out a little bit too long there. More smokes are going to be coming out. He's luckily for this one. 20 still has up to 5 smokes. Him not healing. Okay. Confident. There you go. He's thinking about it. This is what you were talking about. Blind aggressiveness. 20's like, man, I really want this elimination. Do I want to heal or do I just want to keep peppering them down?
That is the struggle. You gotta look down every now and then.
We're talking about. Oh man.
You gotta look far. It's important. No. Doesn't look like we see any energy drinks or anything from 20, so no boost at all. Numb. Oh, Nets on this roof could be dangerous with the long range M249. Who needs a bolt action sniper these days, 7? When you got an M249 and tons of 5.56.
That's right. I don't know if we've gotten that little boost here for the snipers, but if we have, I would love to start seeing a little bit more snipers. But M249.
Look at that snipe. Look at that snipe.
It's happening.
Let's go. Me model. Who's the model? Position. It's him. Oh, this nade's got a hit. Hello. Goodbye.
Go for it.
Got him.
Kodiak new model there with a nasty nade on SHC. You were talking about the M249. Look at these players. They have nothing to worry about in regards to like the back of them. That's why they're just keeping an eye on everything going on here. And with that M249, if you're in a vehicle, you're just more than likely going to end up getting popped. And you don't even have to worry about them. I was about to say, Kodiak is also keeping an eye on everything that's going on here. You still think somebody's going to be in that vehicle? Nope. It's you actually eliminated everybody. It's just the vehicle continues on. Nobody put the brakes on.
Yeah, no one shot at Kodiak's vehicles at all, so they're pretty well set up here. Tons of ammunition. Now, I did notice from Numb, that's the one problem. When you're in such a dominant spot, you can run out of ammunition very quickly if you're not careful. So they got to definitely keep an eye on that for sure. They may have to leave that compound too, yeah, because this circle is going to start closing a little bit more towards the hillside.
Yep.
From what I could see. And we got the legendary caster here, 7. Trying to take our jobs. You know what? That's probably John Allen. That's probably what it is.
You wish this had this vocal cords. But anyways, let's see what Caster's going to be able to do. He's currently up to 2 eliminations. But you were mentioning Numb. Numb is going to be looking to kind of push up on this area. So if you're TGM, you got to keep an eye out on everything else going on. There you go, Numb finding somebody from Kodiak. I don't even know how that ended up happening. But for Kodiak right now, luckily for this squad, they're still within the circle, so they're not gonna have to push out just yet. But how long do you have to wait? Because more than likely you're not gonna get blessed here by the circle, because you're just barely in the edge.
Yeah, Numb, the only way that they really can get into this circle is going to be through that back end right there, through that hillside. Yep, and TGM, it needs to keep an eye on them. That is their main focus right now. Worry about that position and then deal with inside the circle later. They only have 2 players looking at them, though. Kristoff needs to kind of focus on that backside, but they are starting to get split up. This could be rough for TGM if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think for Kristoff here, you have to make sure you don't end up overextending Nexus. I mean, we continue to talk about this team. We're probably going to continue to talk about them every single match because we know that what they're capable of. But there you go. He actually gets a favor from MW as they end up eliminating that team. And now Numb starting to make this push here. I love that they're not waiting until last second. They're at least trying to get somebody in position. Godlike GTG is going to be that player getting some grenades out there. And you know what? Ned says, I can't wait any longer. Let's fully send it in. Neds is going to be knocked. Strike now, trying to find the last player here. One of the last players, Nisa. He's not going to be able to connect. Molotovs are being sent around, making sure that they control where they're going to be fighting, Haji.
Good nade there for Misa, able to get the nade, actually a double nade there onto Strike and Mail. That is the huge opening that they needed. And TGM looking to be able to get a good defense here, and that shuts down Numb. So great defend from TJM. They're looking very, very strong here. But Kodiak, they have the circle now. Can they defend it?
They might be able to. Remember that team that was earlier in that warehouse that you were talking about, MW, now gonna have to make a push. TGM being able to make that defense, it was good for them. Kodiak, you don't want to overextend too much. I know you currently have everything going your way, but there is still another team in the lobby. And the crazy part is that all these teams still have 4 players alive.
Let's see what Kodiak can do. They need to do a defense here against TGM. Everything. Focus on the other side here. Spectra gets knocked there by T.
Oh.
Make away trying to open things up here. The zone is starting to close. So make away needs an initial knock to open things up, and that could be it right there. T getting knocked is huge for them.
Oh, he was the one that was able to find the opening, but then he stayed a little bit area. And now if you're TGN, you're looking at third party, you're looking to just take full control, get as much angles as possible, but they're currently just receding on that top area. I think they're a little bit too scared of that Kodiak player on the off angle. You can see them now trying to set out those smokes so they can cover themselves from that area. More smokes are going to be coming in so they can actually focus a little bit more on what's happening there in front of them. And for Kodiak, how quickly can you actually recover from that fight that you took earlier? Because now TM is gone and you're going to have to worry about TGM.
Nice shot there from me model. Oh, but the return fire is strong as well. But Kodiak, they have the lay of the land here. They have the huge advantage. 20 using that vehicle as a little moving car wall there for a second. That works good. But now they're going to be down to 3 players. They should be able to have this in the bag though. Oh, wide open shot against Caster. Peeks right behind that rock though, just in time. This should be a Kodiak win though, by all means.
It should be, especially with Lost 7 here having the off angle. I mean, me model, I don't think he's going to end up getting revived. There you go. He gets eliminated. He ends up getting up 6 eliminations. By the way, Kodiak, 13 eliminations so far. They're looking to close this one out, but it's going to be a little bit harder because now TGM has been able to pick up those players that they had earlier, and it's going to be a 4 versus 3. But the thing is, how many more smokes does TGM still have? Remember, this team ended up getting a fight there with Numb, but they've been throwing smokes for a minute too. And this player, Christopher, he doesn't have any more. This is going to be it for him.
Beautiful offensive smokes there from TGM. They are smoking out Kodiak, so they don't have any sight lines, but they did end up finding one little pixel between the smoke. Now TGM all the way up front. It's up to Olim. Kristoff gets knocked as well. Kodiak with a great defense here. They're not letting these smokes fool them at all. And now you got Lost up close and personal. Looking to get some damage in with these nades. He's going to throw every single one he's got.
Kodiak is just saying, you guys are cute with this smokes. You know what? What's the counter to those smokes? We're just gonna make sure we create a red zone where you're currently at. We're just gonna be throwing as many grenades as possible, and it's just going to be the 21, the last player standing here for TGM, and I think it's just gonna be a little bit too much because look at Kodiak getting every single angle possible. And ladies and gentlemen, what a statement that this team has sent, especially after match one. More than what is it? What is that? 15 eliminations, maybe even more. Woo! That's how you want to play, Kodiak. They were being aggressive. They were showing that they've been here in the past, Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. You know, they did get that circle there towards the end, but they utilized it to their full potential. And that is a great, great sign there because in PMCO, it's typical, right? Where we see a team get a zone and they're like, oh, we got the circle. Lay down, everybody. All right, let's just sit, play it super safe. Let's get some points on the board. But Kodiak didn't do that. They got the zone. They're like, hey, we're going to win this game, and we're going to do it with some serious eliminations. So beautifully, beautifully done by them.
Yeah, remember, that was a team that was in the houses towards the east of Western Bridge. They were just chilling. They were trying to scout everything going on, and they were looking at opportunities where they were actually able to third party. I enjoyed that the way that they were kind of able to set themselves up, different angles, and you could see that TGM was really... and I mean, really, really worried about those different angles because they started throwing up smokes. And ultimately, even though, yeah, those smokes are going to be able to defend you, now you're not really going to know if another player is going to be moving over there. And now instead of just one player, you're going to have to worry about two players. And for Kodiak, they were still able to defend that early fight as well against MW.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely Kodiak's game to win. I think TGM just threw those smokes out, just tries the last-ditch effort to survive. And it was a great effort. I will say that for sure. Yeah. You know, just sometimes the cards fall in the other favor for them. And I do want to give props to TGM. They did a great job defending against Nexus there on that hillside. You know, so I was a little bit worried because sometimes when you get in that position, you'll have too many players focused on where to go into the next circle rather than defending their position there towards the end. But once they realized Nexus was coming up the hill, they switched their entire focus towards them. A good couple nades were able to take them out, and they were able to clear that side out. So great effort from them as well.
Yeah, I think you might have been thinking about Numb, the one that was kind of sneaking up, and then they just fully ended up sending it with the buggies right there. Oh, man. They had the right idea. I feel like if they would have just waited for the nade to hit from the player that was moving up from Numb, maybe that would have ended up working out. But here we have ifs. What if? You know what? Some of these teams have made sure that there weren't any what ifs. Kodiak coming out with the win. Some of the other teams, I mean, I'm intrigued. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I was expecting to see some high elimination gameplay right now, and that's exactly what we got, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. We even saw a nice little hot drop there in Rosshawk off the start, so that's okay. I wonder if we're going to see similar in Miramar, though. Every single time when I hear about hot drop action, I think Becalo, baby. Dead center of the map. I want to see if we're going to see a couple squads go in that direction. That'll be fun to watch.
Ooh, that would be fun. And I mean, what kind of hot drops we going to be getting? We got only one. We could have had possibly two here, but they ended up backing away, which was the smart thing to do. I love it. Man, I used to be a big fan of hot drops. I used to be like, yeah, you know what? Just go for it, boys. Show us what you're going to be able to do. As we see the MVP right here, 25 eliminations, 851 damage. I mean, talk about just making sure that he converted that damage into illems.
Yes, sir, indeed. 851 damage. He's the MVP of match number 1. That's always good to see, right? Because who is putting up the most eliminations right off the rip in a tournament like this? And in this one, it's going to be 20. So good start. Hopefully he can continue that on with the rest of his squad. We're going to go into Miramar now, so it's definitely going to mix things up for sure. But a great way to start the day.
And I'm surprised it wasn't, I think, me model too. I think at one point I called it out. He up to 6 eliminations, but that was the player that got eliminated early on from Kodiak as well. There, especially there towards the late end game, he did end up getting eliminated. So I mean, for you to have more than just one player putting up 5 illems, boy, that's exactly what you want to see. But now how some of the other teams going to be reacting, and especially for some of the other teams that are going to be in Group C, you're getting a chance to chill out, see all the madness. Now you get a perfect chance to see where everybody is going to be going when you end up actually going to Erangel, and the playing path favors you from Stalber all the way down to military base. Things are looking good here, Jukes. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. Not too many mulligans there in that first match either.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only mulligan I saw was just teams taking a little bit longer to rotate towards dominant locations, right? Because we definitely noticed towards that fourth zone, right, that teams were just being very hesitant. They were all playing on the edge of that circle. And then I think we finally saw MW, right, head on over to that open warehouse that was sitting there for a while. But you can see right here the match statistics. The most score, me model 7. You were just talking about him
I
earlier.
think that's most Illims. There you go.
Hey,
that's the one I was talking about,
baby.
Jukes. 6 Illims. I mean, this is why I thought maybe he was gonna end up being. And you know what? As I'm looking at this, 20. Okay, 20. You're giving me 2 different variations there of damage. Earlier you had 800. Now you got 658. What's going on here, brother? Which one is it? Because if you did end up with 658 and you had only 5 Illims, that's even better conversion. That's better than what I was talking about earlier.
You're absolutely right. He was, dude. And you can see even me model there with the most throwables as well. Throwing down some of them nades is good to watch. Man, I'll tell you what, even the most distance, 84. That's a lot of distance here, 7. That's pretty far.
Yeah. We'll go back to this. All right. You know what? We'll go back to this. Anything that stood out to you during that first match? I mean, besides some of the obvious, I said it earlier. I think I gotta say it again. I really enjoyed that some of these teams just decided to back off from the hot drop. I'm more than happy that actually happened.
I agree. I think I definitely noticed a good shift, like I said, in the meta overall, right? We're seeing a skill gap increase even in a tournament like this. We saw some great rotations out from teams. I didn't see players or squads make like obvious mistakes, which is super common in PMCO, right? We see a team just kind of like rotate super late or just do kind of silly things that I'm kind of like, hey, you know what? They're figuring it out. Okay. But, here we saw squads, hey, utilizing those 4-car strats, moving from POI to POI, and just take it on teams as they go. And it's just like that, right? Sometimes, the IGL have these coin flip decisions, right? The 50-50. Do we go left or do we go right? And you just got to go with it. And I think teams really put out their best effort for sure.
I think if we had to like nitpick something from seeing all that gunfighting, right? We were getting a chance to see snippets here from every single fight. It was Notorious 6. Remember, he had the off angle. He was a little bit too far away. Instead of trying to see if maybe he could find the angle, he just decided to jump off the bridge. It was the eastern bridge, and they were already having to deal with the blue zone too. Tries to close that gap, but you were talking about it. I think it was just going to be a little bit too far. He was trying to get within range there for the nades, but it was just a bit too far.
Yeah, and I always like to see how teams are going to adapt, right? One team in particular, just kind of thinking about that match. You had Numb have that compound, right? It is such a strong position if it goes more towards the field, right? But it was kind of split between the field and that hillside behind them. So it could have worked out a little better where you'll see some teams, I think Alpha 7 in particular, they do like that position. We'll see them as soon as that zone starts heading more south, just leave that compound entirely and just take that hill behind them a little bit earlier, right? Because it's just a more dominant position. You get so many more sight lines and you're able to move around the map a little bit quicker. So it's a hard decision to make for sure. I will say that. This is being super nitpicky, guys, because when you have a dominant spot like that, I mean, chilling there, no one's going to blame you. You know what I'm saying? But just in hindsight, maybe they think like, hey, maybe we just leave this spot, take that hill a little earlier, and we could have won the game. Who knows?
He did have to do something, though. As I mentioned, he was in the blue zone. He was going to have to do something. You got to take a risk. You either wait right there, see maybe you can get an angle, or just try to close that gap. Overall, hey, guess what? You said it earlier. I got to say it again. We didn't really see anything crazy that stood out in regards to mistakes. So that's what you want to see, especially on PMCO. We've been talking about how the gap in regards to skill just keeps increasing. So far, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what some of the other teams are going to be doing, right? Numb being able to control that compound for such a long time. I think the positioning that they had was really good, especially if we've seen the circle go to that compound over and over again. They got a little bit unlucky, didn't wait until the last second, but if that team can just figure out next time how to just move up alongside or just find the perfect timing to third party those teams on that top hill, that would be what you're looking for. And he ended up being 17 eliminations, Juke.
17 eliminations. That's how we start off a tournament, baby. These guys are pumped up right here. That's a great start for them. Super top heavy on the leaderboards here. So, I mean, everybody else is going to be playing catch up here at this point here. Even though we're only one match down, a start like that's going to make you feel real good. So, that I talk about that a little bit earlier, Seven, right? Especially in qualifying tournaments. Starting off strong is the most important thing because, like we talked about earlier, these teams don't really know where each other are dropping, right? If you start off with such a high amount of points, teams are going to be scared of you. They're going to be like, hey, you know what? They land in this spot, we're going to leave them alone. And that gives them a huge advantage come trying to qualify time. So it's good to see Kodiak start off strong, but they got to keep it up, Seven, because they can get passed up really quickly if they're not careful.
Oh, for sure. Anything can change here within 2 matches, too. We're going to be going to Miramar next, and then after that, we're going to be going to Sanhok. One team I do kind of have to give props there on the leaderboard that we saw was SHQ Zone. I mean, for this team, they ended up with just 1 placement point, but they had 9 eliminations, and that kind of had to do a lot with what we saw at the beginning of the match. We did get that hot drop there in Rosov from that squad. They were able to maintain all those players alive towards the end when they had to do some crazy push, especially with the circle, the way it was working out. They were still able to secure 10 elims. I mean, 10 points total, 9 of them being elims. We're talking about how the meta has changed. If you feel like you're not really going to be able to get into a crazy position, right, Jukes? Just go for the elims. That team, SHQ, they were able to do just that.
Yeah, and it really all started off with that play from Rolex, right? He was playing on that off angle. He was able to get those 2 initial knocks. That's so crucial, guys, because when you're playing so spread out like that, and this is what I was kind of talking about, if Rolex gets knocked, he's done for. There's no saving him. I mean, look, he did get knocked, and he almost got taken out, even though he already knocked 2 players, right? So when you're in that kind of chokehold position with such an off angle, you have to be able to clutch it up because if you don't, there's no saving you. So for him to get those 2 initial knocks, it opened the door for his team to travel from so far away. And I'm sure he incentivized them really well with some good yelling. Seven. Nothing gets your team moving faster than screaming at the top of your lungs.
We talked about that. I talked about this team earlier, Numb. After that leaderboard that we saw out of them, I mean, they ended up with, what was it, 4 placement points, and with the positioning that they had, all they got a chance to show up for was just 1 elimination. You hate to see that. I would love to see Numb's team stats and just see how much damage they were able to output, because we saw them taking shots to everybody that was within the horizon. At one point, we saw them taking shots there to Kodiak. It ended up falling apart when they went up against TGM. And for that team to just end up with just 1 elimination point, you best believe they're going back saying, man, we had such an opportunity to get more elims.
It's brutal. It's brutal, man. A great game 1 overall from so many of these squads, like we mentioned. We're going to go into Miramar now. It's always good to see where these teams are going to mix it up. One thing kind of talk about, too, is the meta. Teams that kind of have a more central style of playing. They look for that center spot on the map. And then squads that play on the edge, right? What do you think about PMCO 7, right? Because I think that we all have different opinions on what is best, right? I think edge style is way more difficult in general. It's good for learning, though, right? It's good to be able to deal with fights on the fly. But if you were a team in PMCO, where do you think you would hunt down your position?
I think you just got to adjust to it, honestly, especially with every tournament. It just kind of comes down to what some of these other teams are going to be doing. If we take a big step back and we go back to PMWC and we look at Yangon Galacticos, the champions, right? The team that just came out of nowhere, especially with Smile being the IGL. This team was able to play that edge. This team was always towards the outside, but the good thing that they had is the decision making that this team was able to showcase. They weren't questioning what they were doing. Even if it worked out, even if it didn't work out, they would just fully send it, and it kind of showed perfectly there to that area. So if you are going to be playing there towards the edge, just make sure that when you do end up making the decision, whether it ends up being bad or good, or that maybe doesn't, or maybe unless it's super obvious, right? Unless you get like 2 players knocked and then you have to back off, then yeah, that's completely different. But if you're still making a push towards something, if you're just controlling something, whatever the case might be, make sure you stick with the decision you make. Don't start second guessing it, because sometimes we see a full squad making a push, and then last second they veer off, and guess what? Now they're just getting absolutely screwed by.
Yes, indeed. You can take a look at this replay right here. This is that fight we are talking about earlier right there. Rolex able to get that double knock. He gets knocked in return, but that allows the rest of his team to push up to victory. Strong boys there trying to take this location. They were able to hold it, man. They could have ended up with a lot of eliminations, but unfortunately they were taken out here. Nice little knock here from Blaze as well. Unfortunately, his teammate wasn't able to make it there in time to get that knock in return.
Yeah, 6, that's the one we're talking about. 6 just wasn't able to do it. Star Soldier's epic here with that bank shot. You were calling it. I loved it. And I mean, this was it right here. Stone getting more eliminations. And then Meme Model, that's when he started fragging out. And this is what I was talking about. That's why I thought Numb was going to be able to get even more eliminations than just one. But because of the positioning they had, they were taking shots on everybody else, but ultimately just didn't end up working out in their favor.
Beautifully done right here. TGM trying their best to be able to do what they had, and they were able to put up some good solid points on the board. Kodiak, though, once that zone landed on them, it was all over. Kind of talking about what we were talking about earlier, Seven, when it comes to playing that edge or that central position. After looking at that first match, if I was an IGL or coach, I think I'm telling the team, hey, let's go central off the rip, right? We see teams a little bit hesitant to take some dominant locations. I think there's going to be a lot of free spots in the middle here early on in this tournament. Once you kind of get those big points on the board going, though, then maybe start playing towards that edge and trying to catch some of these teams that are playing that edge style off guard and soak up some elimination points. I think that might be the play here.
I think so too. I mean, if you're Kodiak, what a heck of a first match you had, right? 27 points on the board, 17 elims. If you have maybe 2 more matches like this, wait, let me do my elementary math real quick. 5 matches today. More than likely, this team is going to be playing 5 matches the second day as well. So 10 matches total. That's good math. Elementary math right there. Yeah, it's good math. Checks out. Let me know in the comments though. You're going to be able to just secure your spot in the top 16. And then after that is how high do you want to be, right? At a semifinals, and do you maybe want to start mixing it up? Maybe start testing out something different now that we have moved up to this caliber of gameplay. And that's something that sometimes we end up seeing, because right now you just got to be in the top 16. For Kodiak, this is a great start. Have maybe 2 more matches like this, and then you're going to be able to coast. You're going to be able to maybe even start doing a little bit of BM and spoil somebody else's tournament.
Yeah, that's right. Totally possible. I mean, and that's something that you're going to be able to do pretty quickly. We saw towards the end, they're going to see, like towards the final day, we're going to see some teams that know that, hey, you know what? There's nothing we can do at this point. And it's a good opportunity for you to get your stats going. We're talking about it earlier, right? For anybody out there that's watching, you probably got a lot of folks out here that are like, hey, I want to play competitive PUBG Mobile. What do I do? You need to put up as many eliminations as you possibly can. That is the metric that all the coaches, everybody watching is going off. It's just saying, hey, who is putting up the most work? Guys, like with your team, man, you know what? We're probably not going to make it. Go out and put up that performance, because who knows? You can get picked up by one of these other squads really easily.
Yeah, that's true. We've seen it happen. We saw some of the squads that I mentioned earlier too. I mean, season 1, they ended up moving. Tulika ended up moving from Boris Gaming all the way to Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls is pretty much already guaranteed a spot there in PMCO EEU. So for that big of a jump up, I think you'll be fine. But now I'm excited, man. And by the way, for everybody watching, thanks for bearing here with us. We're starting to get ready to jump into Miramar. We don't have an ETA just yet, but we'll get one to you whenever we do end up hearing how long we got until that match. And for some of these squads, you know what? I'm going to be going back to the leaderboard. Make Them Run ended up with 0 points. Raven Gaming ended up with 0 points as well. Strong Boys, just 1 point. Drunken Knights X1 also with just 1 point. This 4 squads, I mean, you don't want to start slow, Jukes. You want to make sure you bring that heat, and you want to make sure you bring that heat quickly. Don't also have a mulligan here going into Miramar as well.
I mean, there's not a lot of games to be played. Right, so you have to be able to catch up very, very, very quickly here. So a rough game 1 means that you're going to be playing on that back foot. And the one thing is, once you have, I would say, 3 bad games, if you have 3 bad games in a row, the chances of you qualifying are like abysmal, really, if you think about it. Because not only are you behind points-wise, but every single team is going to be looking at you and being like, all right, if we realize it's them, we're pushing them. You know what I'm saying? And that makes things even worse for you. So you got to fight back in every single way you can. You don't got very many matches. In the qualifier, it was only 3 matches each day, right? Now we're over here in the semifinals. You get 5, you get a couple more, but you got to take every advantage you possibly can.
That's right. And I mean, and the thing too is that for some of these teams, especially for some of these players that might have not played in the past in season 1, you got to use this semifinals to also build up endurance, because when we end up going to the finals, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be 6 matches. And it might not seem like a lot, Juice, but that extra 1 match, sometimes I've seen players just get fully burned out after 5 matches if they're not used to just going up to 6 matches. It's completely different, by the way, for everybody currently watching at home. Going from just a casual ranked game to actually being here in esports, the level is just completely different, and your brain just gets drained quickly. And this is coming from somebody that has talked to many hundreds of players, and they usually end up telling me this, that the burnout is for real. The burnout can definitely happen in one day.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about it earlier, and I do agree. I think PUBG Mobile has given players so many resources now to be able to take their play to the highest level, and it really is just about if you want it or not. But I will add a little asterisk to it, Seven, right? It's not just whether you want it, it's whether you and 3 other people want it, right? Because this is a team game. You need the whole squad to have that mentality. And you could be there just like, oh man, I'm ready to go in match number 4 or number 5. But you can have 2 players that are like, dude, I'm tired, dude. You know, like I got work right after this. You know what I'm saying? And that could make things a little bit difficult for you. So, you know, you got to be able to rally that squad. That's why I talk about how important it is to start off strong. So it's really good for a team like Kodiak to have a performance like they did.
I'm so glad you mentioned that it's not just one player. It is the whole squad gotta want it. And that just brings me back to PMWC this year. One of my favorite players, by the way, Doc. Man, MVP, always able to show up for the squad. But I highlighted this on a video I did on him, how just him being so focused sometimes on his own gameplay kind of hinders what happens with the rest of the team. Even if you do end up collecting those MVPs, ultimately you just want to be able to lift that trophy. And I mean, for some of these teams too, especially for some of the players, it's a big notice, right? You got to make sure that everybody within the squad is on point. You've been in the past before, Jukes. Comms got to be on point. Rotations got to be on point, especially if you're looking to go from PMCO to PMSLU.
You got to make sure your teammates don't steal the last slice of pizza at lunch. You know what I'm saying? Like anything can set these guys off, you know? And in PMCO, it is online, right? So there's going to be a lot of players who probably have never even met each other, right? That's what's always the cool factor about this. I love the fact that you could have some players who are just, hey, they met inside the game. That's how I got started. You know, I met some players there. We got together. We competed in a PMCO, and then boom, right? Now sooner or later, we're getting flown out to Los Angeles to fly and play live in front of a whole studio audience, right? So it's a good opportunity for some of these players to, you know, get their schedules in sync, be able to play, and then hopefully finally be able to meet their teammates in person for the first time.
So such a crazy jump up too. We always talk about this in regards to whenever you do end up going from just an area that you're able to play at the comfort of your house, right? You go from playing with your friends now to playing a PMCO, a bit of a step up. You got to get in that gamer stance a little bit more, maintain it a little bit more, muscles tense up. You're going to be all tense. And then after that, if you do end up succeeding here, you go to PMSL, and guess what? Now you're not going to be in the comfort of your home, because more than likely it's going to be on an offline event, which I think it was announced. It is going to be in Istanbul, which is going to be sick. Nice. And then you have to worry about media day. You have to worry about talking to new people. You have to, maybe if you ended up trash talking somebody in the past online, they might show up to you and be like, what's that trash talk now, my boy?
Yeah. You shot my box then? How about now? Right? It's good to see. You're right, man. It's a total different,
the pressure increases,
experience. Dude, absolutely. I mean, a lot of these guys are, I always made that joke back in the day, right? They're just playing on their little bellies, you know, on their bed, all comfortable, you know, in a dark room, and then having to play sitting up with a special headset in front of an audience, hearing air cannons go off. It's a different world for sure, right? So I think there's no other experience like it, so it's great for those that do it.
Yep.
But you got to be able to have those other 3 players that have that same level of mentality. And even worse is when you do qualify and someone's got work or someone's got school and their parents won't let them go to the tournament. That's hard. That's where you're like, all right, who are we picking up? And who knows? This could be a player who had the most eliminations in that tournament, right? So that's what I was kind of talking about a little bit earlier.
It happens. We've seen it in the past. I personally have seen players playing outside of a restaurant while everybody else is having dinner because they got to make sure that they are in those games, that they are in those scrims. Not going to mention any names, but I'm just saying I've seen it personally.
Oh my goodness. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you guys a little story since we got some time here. I don't know when the next game is going to go on. But there was a player, and I did witness that same player, Seven, because that was me. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you what. The first tournament I ever played in PUBG Mobile, I had to get in my truck, and I drove on the side of the highway because I didn't have high-speed internet at the house at the time, right? So I drove on the side of the highway and parked where I knew I'd get the most LTE, And I'll never forget, I was playing inside of a tournament, and I got pulled over. A police car actually came up behind me and was like, "What are you doing parked outside?" And I was like, "Hold on." And I just kept playing that game until I finished. He stood at my car for about 10 minutes. I was like, "Hey, I don't know if you saw, but I was like, I'm in the middle of a tournament. I'm just playing. I'm just chilling. I'm not doing anything wrong." And he's like, "Okay, cool. Let's just checking up on you," and left. Crazy,
He gave you that pass. He's like, oh, he's gaming. You were probably in that gamer stand. He's like, oh.
He literally was.
Hey,
he was
maybe
like,
the
like
cop was
watching.
a gamer. You never know, man. By the way, for everybody currently tuning in, we're waiting for the game to start. So welcome to the Hot Jukes and the 7WG podcast, because we have reviewed everything that there was to talk about game 1. We have hyped up Miramar as much as we can. So now is story time. And for everybody currently watching at home, let us know, which team are you supporting? Because I'm seeing a lot of Europe King, Eliseo. I'm seeing Bisque, the real GOAT. So keep it up in the comments. Don't worry, I'm reading them. Irvin, I see you. Vincent, PUBGN, Klepto, Diddy.Gaming. Keep those comments going because we're definitely reading them. Some of them aren't in English, so I'm not going to understand them. So if you can keep them within English, that'll be even better.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I will say this as an extra for anybody that's just listening to the podcast here. If you're looking to get into competitive PUBG Mobile for the first time, right? We talked about how this is the place to do it, all that kind of good stuff. Here's another pro tip. Okay. Make your name very clear. All right. Very clear. This is what my name is. You don't need to put any asterisks or anything else onto it to make it more difficult for the casters like us to do our jobs. Right. And then here's another pro tip. Do not change that name. You know what I'm saying, Seven? Stay with the same name. So we know that you're on the same team as you were in the previous game. It's Miramar time, baby. Let's go. Another play path from north to south. Let's get it going, Seven.
They heard us talking. They're like, all right, they're going on a podcast. You know what? Let's actually start the game here for them. And that's exactly what we're going to be getting. Oh, all the way to Partona, this playing path. Oh, the east is just going to be straight up open. And am I seeing that right? Raven. Okay. Notorious as well. Going to La Cobreria. Are we going to be seeing a hot drop? I'm telling you, Jukes, I got a feeling we might end up seeing more hot drops here in this second match.
Let's get it going. We're seeing a lot of... Oh, yeah, you're totally right. There's only one team going to El Pozo, and that's MTR. So these guys are going to be looted up to the teeth. That's actually my favorite place to drop inside of Miramar because there's so much loot everywhere. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to see that Pecado hot drop I was hoping to see, but it does look like SHZ is going to be the team headed towards that location. But you are totally right. We're seeing a lot of teams grouped up here. So you know for a fact, these guys had no idea of where they were dropping because Monte Nuevo is jam-packed right now.
Monte Nuevo is at full capacity right now, ladies and gentlemen. Please, somebody's got to go in there and tell them to just get out of there. But if you do end up winning this, or if you do end up rotating out, guess what? Now the playing path kind of worked out in your favor because the first circle is going to be right on you. And for all those teams there towards the south, you're going to have so much room to work with. Make a way. Okay, it's going to be Make a Way, Nexus, and then there's one more team, PNGB. I wonder who's going to be striking first and if any of this team, PNG, are going to be looking to just third party.
Man, I mean, you're right. With a circle like this, you should kind of have an understanding. Like, hey, you know what? There's way too many people here. This fight is the worst thing possible because whichever two teams fight first, they're getting third party, like 99% of the time. So honestly, the best thing to do is to honestly just like throw a smoke in the middle as like a little white flag and say, hey guys, let's just split up. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, well, let's loot up our little tiny corner of Monte Nuevo, get out of here and deal with each other later on.
Raven Amar says that's a key story, Jukes. You know what I'm gonna be doing? I'm gonna be setting myself up. I don't got a helmet. I got a level 2 vest. He's gonna be able to spot 2. Gonna spot another one. Don't get. Oh, you just gave away your position, Amar. Or maybe he didn't. Nexus starting to push up. They're gonna end up going up against MW. The thing though, look at this. It's so early on that they have no helmet. They have no vest. Nabuni. You gotta make sure you don't get caught here. There you go. Nabuni's gonna go straight up for the finish as well and possibly end up picking up his teammate, clutching up for Nexus.
You gotta make sure you reload that over and under before you do your next push. Unfortunately, getting punished right there. Nice for him to get that initial knock, though. Rest of the team is not near him to be able to. So that's the problem.
Amari got caught. I knew it, man. I knew it. He picked up a little bit too much there earlier, and he ended up getting caught. I don't know who caught him, but MW now with 2 less players, and everybody else is just looking to get into the party here. Make a way, finding somebody there from Nexus and seeing if he can possibly get the finish. The nades are going to be coming in. Nexus finding themselves here a little bit on the sandwich as Raven Gaming as well is looking to get some more points. And there you go. Spectra eliminates Flavius from Nexus.
Let's go ahead here. We're going to see Zoni trying to hold this angle here. Gets the dude. He does have that M249. Not a lot of ammunition, though. Let's see who's going to be able to do it. He's going for this push all by his lonesome. That could be dangerous. Oh, he got caught. Trying to leave the wall.
I'm on try to do a Fallock nade right there. The specialist on last second grenades, and he almost ended up backfiring as it almost exploded on his face. Nabuni now looking around, keeping track of everything, making sure that they don't end up getting surprised. But right now, I mean, for some of this squad, for some of these players, honestly, so early on, Jukes, they don't have the equipment to fully get into a fight. And a Spectre might be able to see this. You're gonna cook the nade? No, he's gonna wait it out. I think he's trying to be patient. He knows that he's the last player standing from his squad. And while we're seeing this fight, keep in mind, I said it, there's just going to be so much more fighting, especially in Miramar. And boy, is it happening as Nexus is going down to Raven right now.
Fights happening all over the place here. And this is what we're talking about, hot drops, right? I mean, the chance of being able to get out of it without losing a player is so dang low. And what did I say? The 2 teams that fight first, they're going to get third party, right? And PNG... We're sitting and waiting the whole time, and once that fight rung out, they are punishing both of these squads. Now it's just Make a Way by himself. Wabisky crossing the road with the headshot. Disgusting. Lucifer can't get it done with the shot. The pump shot. DBS too strong.
It wasn't even Nexus.
Molly.
It was Notorious. Hey, Molotov. Molotov's going to be great, though. He's going to be able to control the area where they're going to be pushing Bis against 6. Oh, barely one shot, though. Going to have to back off. I don't think you're going to have enough time there to heal. He's trying to.
Adios.
6 is kind of giving him the time. He's going to let him heal and have to back off. Going for the revive. Now, Bis is going to be making the push here. Trying to see if he can maybe find him. Oh, 6 is they're playing this so smart. It's going to be up to anybody. The last 2 players standing here from each of their teams trying to secure it, and it's going to be none other than 6 from Notorious coming out on top, and he might be able to at least pick up the rest of the squad. They are to lose 1 player though in all of that engagement.
What a crazy play there from 6. Spectra, yeah, now has the opportunity to try and third party this. He's looking to see if he can steal an elimination. He has no helmet, no vest. So, and if he just gets touched with a shot, he's down. He's the last player up. So he's going back to the lobby here if he ain't careful. Nah, he's giving him too much time. At this, you got to make a move because you're just sitting here. Unless PNG has like short-term memory, maybe like they're using that goldfish mentality. You know what I'm saying? And just forget that he's here. That's the only hope Spectra has.
I mean, they're currently looking for Nabuni. They're currently focused on over there.
Spectra run. Yeah, run.
There you go. I'm okay with this. Make the push for it.
Yes.
Now is the time. They're fully focused on something different. Now try to get the heck out of there. As Nexus, the last player standing, Nabuni, is saying, you know what? Maybe don't. Maybe still stay around. Oh, he didn't want to go away. I think Bruda from Pubg. Oh, there you go. Spectra finding a spot there. Being able to at least knock one though. This is gonna be a hard fight. Nabuni, maybe now is your chance to get the heck out of there.
Let's see what play's gonna happen. Yeah, he did get that knock, gave away his position, and now everyone's locked on to Spectra. Like I said, no helmet, no vest. Throw the C4 a little bit. Ooh. No more throwables for Smoker there. What are you gonna do, Spectra? What are you gonna do? Every second you stay in the same spot, your chances of survival go down 1%.
Yeah, luckily for him, I mean, keep in mind, so early into the game, we don't know what kind of utility PNG currently has with them. And Nabuni made the right play. Oh, let's go, Nabuni from Nexus. He just decided, you know what, this is not what I want to do. Run away. But he's got to watch out because Spectra is just looking at everything going on surrounding him.
Me model. Who's the model? It's him. Kodiak. Already with 3 eliminations to start things off here, man. These guys are not messing around, 7.
Yeah, they're not. They wanted to take that fight. They went for it. They got it. Kodiak, 3 LMs going their way right now. There we go.
Oh,
we get to see this. El Pozo and Montenuevo. Crazy. This is why that fight is still continuing on, Jukes, because that squad is still within circle. They haven't really had to move. They haven't had to do a damn thing. And for everybody else coming in from the east, look how wide open that area is. I mean, you got Power Grid. You still have SHC up towards the east of Montenuevo. I wouldn't be surprised if SHC, with the aggressiveness that we saw out of them in match 1, if they maybe try to third party and find an opportunity on some of those squads there in Montenuevo.
Beautifully done right here. Yeah, and we're definitely noticing, like I said, you know, teams are just, they're not pushing into these big locations very early on. So there's a lot of open space in these circles. So when you have squads rotating that late, honestly, if you're at IGL, you got to make the call. Like, hey, let's just go head towards central zone. It's most likely going to be open. And it is. Like, you can see Kodiak, they have a complete lay of the land here. They're still leapfrogging, which is smart. They're not just full sending it. But, man, these guys are ready to go.
W Skin Love 7. You know what? Keep it going. Love seeing that one. Spectra was able to at least kind of get out a little bit there. And for PNG, they got lucky. Nobody else was nearby. They got a chance to kind of recover their teammate that ended up getting knocked there by Spectra. I think at this point, honestly, if you're PNG, you just kind of back off. You take the LMs that you were able to get, and you now start focusing a little bit more of what's going to be happening later into the game, especially because of how long that fight is taking. They got lucky that they got blessed by the circles, and it's still on the horizon for them. 6 ends up getting knocked there. There you go, getting eliminated on the elimination feed by STB. And this is another squad that I want to see what they're going to be doing. Numb. How are you going to be positioning yourselves? Nobody was close to you. What can you do to make sure that you don't end up with just 1 elimination here in this match?
Let's see what Strong Boy's going to do. There we go. Lordu holding them angles. Seeing a lot of Eliseos in the chat.
Yeah,
see what that legend can do here. See what that legend can do. Shout out to Salita. Loves hearing us talk, by the way. Stefan. B35. Holding these angles. Like, look how careful these guys are playing it. I mean, they're wide open. So much room. And this is where things can get a little bit spicy. Because if you're an IGL, you have to decide, like, hey, is this the best spot? Or is this the other one? And you can see teams taking so much time to make those decisions, it could cost them. Spectra is making a decision of, I am not moving from this building until the absolute last possible second.
And that's what he's going to be doing. There you go. Now moving up. Bruda, keeping an eye on. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, we end up seeing Spectra there on the elimination feed. But another team, I mean, the thing is, for everybody talking about LECL, we didn't get a chance to see it. But SSE, that team is no longer here. So we'll have to wait until next match for Star Soldiers Epic and see what they're going to be doing in the next match. Because, boy, they got eliminated. They only ended up getting just one elimination. There's Spectra.
Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, the noisy boys making some noise. Are able to get a couple knocks here. Oh, but the others. Oh, look at this. You got to deal with this squad now. Aron gets knocked. And the noisy boys just trying to soak up as many points as they possibly can. Because goodness gracious, Kodiak, they are dominating the circle.
Damn, Kodiak, I know I say I had 2 more matches like the first one, but I didn't mean back to back. Right now, this squad is up to 6 eliminations. Lost 7 is currently going to be knocked. They're going to be able to pick him up. Oh, for that squad over there. You're being spotted by Kodiak. You know what? Just maybe back up a little bit. Maybe focus on something else, because Kodiak right now is going to be taking shots, trying to see if they can maybe end up getting a knock. Great spread out here from this squad. Gonna get that pickup. Has 6 eliminations to their name, and they're gonna have just so much room to work with. You can see it there on the mini map. Nobody near them. The only team that was near them, they're not able to see. But Lost 7 gets knocked once again, so I think he might have been caught there over peeking.
T, gonna take the shot on Caster, or is he waiting? I'm so shocked he's not taking any shots. The Drunk Knights on the move.
He's like, you know what, just let it be. They got the car stuck. Drunk Knights now taking the shot there to TGM. The last player too, Caster's just trying to get the heck out of there. He's like, no, please, let me get out of here. I already have Kodiak shooting at me.
Let me just get to the next gas station, please. Let's see what he can do. As Caster was on the move there, just trying to sneak on by. Favela.
Circle's gonna be closing
every team holding the edge. Yeah, here we go on the circle closing. I wonder if we can get a little sneak peek at the map so we can see where the zone is gonna go.
Yes.
You got Kodiak.
Please.
Yes, please, indeed. Oh, it is away from Kodiak. I know that's for a fact. Let's see. Here we go.
Oh my
All right,
gosh.
an El Pozo finish. That field at the bottom is so toxic. That's why you see so many teams avoiding it at all costs. MTR are going to have a huge advantage here because they're going to have the highest ground. Kodiak is going to be having to pretty much push through them at this point, though. So let's see just how these rotations are going to play out.
And I was looking at some of the other squads there as well. SHC, I mean, they still have room to work with. They had 2-2 split going their way. They're looking to see if they can maybe get some eliminations from fights going on the edge of that circle. And honestly, you were talking about earlier, what do you want to play? Edge of the circle? You want to play center of the circle? On this one, I will be insane if I didn't just fully send it towards the center of that circle and just try to find a place where you can just lay down, set up camp, and see if you can maybe catch some people rotating around.
Yes, sir, indeed. That's the way right there. There goes Make Away. Yeah, so unfortunately, Spectre not able to survive there. Rusin! Losing that 1v1. The DBS just too strong. Pump shotgun rings out. Here we go on the battle. Favela, it's all up to him. Gotta win the fight. Ooh. Goes for the thirst instead.
There you go. Oh, man.
Surprised you went for that thirst.
I was hoping Fat John was going to be able to clutch up there, because remember, I was talking about how that squad had a 2-2 split. They were going to be a little bit too far away, and the squad wasn't able to get there in enough time to actually get that player that got knocked. But at least they're able to pick up those elims for SHC. Getting now up for eliminations. Numb wanted to get some eliminations here. Me Model's going to end up getting knocked there. Kodiak trying to bounce back, and they are going to be able to do it. Just stopping STB in their tracks.
Great teamwork from Kodiak. That's one thing that a lot of teams don't have, is that all or nothing playstyle 7. We see 2 teams will lose a player or 2, and then they'll just run away from the fight. You have to full send it. You have to risk everything if you want to be a championship team. And Kodiak are showing that. They're like, hey, you know what? We're either getting squad wiped or we're wiping you out with a whole bunch of eliminations and going to get the entire team up. Look at that. 8 so far. Kodiak are looking strong.
Kodiak is just looking ridiculous right now. I mean, this is just a completely different roster, I feel like, from what I saw in the past. With the way that they're playing, with the way that they're currently performing, they ended up getting 4th place in season 1 during the spring of PMCO EEU. They're like, we're going for that 1st place. That's where we want to be. Right now, they're there. And honestly, if they keep playing like this, it's not even going to be close, because look at 2nd place team, currently 14 points. Kodiak sitting pretty with 35. They still have 4 alive, and they're just counting them down. Jukes, 8 eliminations so far, and I would be crazy to not think, with the way this team is playing, if they're not going to cross that 10 elim mark for this game.
Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to be able to hit that for sure. Just the way with their play style alone. Look at that. Just covering each other's angles, getting looted up, protecting their vehicles. These guys are doing all the right things that we like to see. So they have this entire side of the circle open. They're already in their vehicles. This is something that you guys got to do. If you're watching the zone, you got to be ready to move before that clock actually hits 0. Numb. Oh, Nets. Good for him to be able to get that knock and be able to make it back in that building right in time.
Oh, PNG gets eliminated. Here we go. Circle shift. Notorious is going to be in the middle. They still have 2 players there. Nexus, Nibuni, remember, he's been alive for the longest time by himself. He's trying to make sure he secures some placement spots for his squad. Right now, so far, he's going to be blessed, because I don't think anybody's going to be keeping an eye on him. I'm looking at BRB, and I'm also going to be looking at SHC, because what kind of rotation are you going to do here? Are you going to be wanting to go towards the east or the west? And if I'm them, they're going to have to try to make that decision quick, because if you end up going straight down the middle, guess what? You have MTR just looking down at you. More than likely, Numb, depending on where they're positioning, they're just going to be looking at everything else going on. So HSC going to have to make a tough choice here. Now they're going to be starting it. Oh, what I tell you. What I tell you, Juice.
Yup. You said it. You said it. Look at that. Boca not able to get those shots off. You gotta be able to estimate that distance. Full spray. Honestly, you can just tap from that distance too. There you go.
Oh,
making them pay now. Now that they're not moving. Yep. SHC just getting shredded.
Oof. The way that make them run was spread out. Boy, they caught that squad running. They definitely did. As SHC. I mean, I was honestly hoping that they would either end up going west or it's just smoke up and see if maybe you can make somehow a bit of a push there on make them run. I know it's stage 5. I know the blue zone was going to be starting to catch them up, but just take some brief damage from the blue zone and see if you can maybe surprise one of these squads, because when you go straight out in the open, it's just going to be like shooting a fish in a barrel.
That's exactly what Kodiak's looking to do here with 9 eliminations. They're looking for their next spot. They want that high ground, but make them run has it on lock. Like I was saying, they're going to have a huge advantage in this circle. They have their vehicles ready to go just in case they need to move. At this point, the hardest thing to do is just conserve ammunition. Look at that. Only 32 shots in his Scar. So, and I think that's a shotgun in the offhand. Yeah, so he can't really do anything from up high. You got to be able to conserve that ammo towards late game.
That's right. 140. Gonna have to wait here. And the crazy part too is that even though they got those knocks, even though they got those eliminations on SHC, usually like you're okay, you know what? Let's at least recover what we were able to spend on that team by going and looting them. That's not an opportunity right now. You don't want to lose this high ground that this team has. So I'm with you, Jukes. You got to keep an eye there on that ammo. You got to keep an eye on the ammo count, making sure you don't end up running out, making sure you still set yourself up there towards the end game, because there's still 8 teams alive here. And it's going to go down quickly to Kodiak. I mean, Kodiak getting closer and closer to that 10 mark. How, realistically speaking, how many elims do we expect them to finish with?
I'm saying another probably 16. With how they're playing.
Ooh.
Honestly, I really do see it. I mean, like you got me model there on that hill. The next circle centers up here. Yeah, where SHZ isn't so bad. long as there isn't somebody on the mountainside, and MTR are right there. They're going to have to start creeping down here any second now. I see Kodiak soaking up some more eliminations for sure. You know what? After seeing that zone, though, I'll say 4. Guaranteed 4 more eliminations. So 13 in total for Kodiak. See if I'm right.
4 more? Okay, yeah, I like that. I think you'll have to come down to here how they're going to be reacting. You can see them. This team is aggressive. They're looking to now make it a little bit harder for that squad that was there towards the top and make them run. And then for make them run, you have now SHC also starting to shoot at them. So it's kind of a bit of a turnaround. As soon as they are pushed from that area onto the other side, everybody's going to start looking at you. Me model right now, waiting patiently, seeing what's going to be happening here. Kodiak trying to find an opportunity. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they were there within the zone. They're going to wait even longer. This is going to be interesting because right now for this squad's Numb, keeping an eye on everything going on. Nexus Gaming, Nabuni still maintaining his life going, trying to start securing those placement spots. And if he gets to in a position, Jukes, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see that player trying to steal some eliminations too, but that's going to be later down the road. Not yet. Don't even pick out right now, Nabuni.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of tough because honestly, I think Numb should probably get a little bit more aggressive at this point. You have such a dominant position. You don't want teams to start pushing up on you for free because then you're going to get third party. So if I'm Numb, I think I'm calling for full-fledged aggression. Yeah, you see Strike? He's at that point right now. The whole team needs to be on this side, stopping this.
Great Molotov there by Notorious, making sure that that player kind of stopped pushing up, stopped throwing nades from that area, especially after one of the players ended up getting knocked. BRBA Esports trying to find a way into this area as well, but they're not only going to have to worry about Numb, they're also going to have to worry about Puncher still being alive here. As soon as that smoke goes away, I think they might be able to get this knock right here. Another knock goes their way. Numb, I'm with you. I think Numb does have to be a little bit more aggressive here. If they clear this area, all they're going to have to worry about is just all those teams that are going to be towards the horizon. Elimination, really? Okay, that's right on this. That's been. Oh, look at this push that this team's making. RS just going for it. One of their players does end up getting knocked, but for a team that only ended up with 3 points after the first game, you kind of have to be a little bit risky there, especially with the rotations.
I think it paid off. I think they were able to find that location there, nice, safe and sound. It was wide open. That's what I'm talking about, is like here towards the late game, there's so few players. I think a lot of these guys are shocked about how many locations are actually still available.
Yep.
BRBA creeping on the edge here. Everybody avoiding this open field, so I'm not shocked that we're seeing so many teams play this edge line. That little valley though right there, Dennis, the last player for SHZ, holding it down. 5 eliminations for them so far, but man, look at the leaderboard. I think we're starting to see a little bit of a point sponge at the top.
I'm definitely starting to see that, and for Numb, I'm a little bit scared here because now you've been holding this position for such a long time. You're currently up to 1 elimination, but now you're going to end up getting pushed out. MTR making a push there towards one of the players. I think that might have been the player from SHC, and he's currently holding it down. He's able to secure those 2 eliminations. And Kodiak, look at this. Kodiak is just waiting until the last second, trying to find an opportunity, trying to find an opening here. And Numb now has to worry about BRBA, and they also been keeping an eye out on RS as well. Man, I love this map feed. I'm loving what I'm getting a chance to see. BRBA now wanting to leapfrog what Numb was wanting to do, which is exactly what you want to do too, but now they're gonna have to worry. There's just so much stuff going on here, and the terrain is currently just, it's what's not working their way. And for SHC, 7 eliminations, Dennis still alive there with 3 elims. There you go, baby. Back it up. You're in second place if you keep this performance up.
I'm telling you, Dennis has the best spot in this map right now. He knows it, right? The only thing that's weak from is from that mountainside, but that's no longer in play. So he is completely secure from this position, but he's having to defend it all by his lonesome. Unfortunately, the rest of his team not with him here. He does get those extra 2 eliminations, though, which was crucial. Kodiak, though, man, they're looking like some bears right now. They are climbing up this hill. And I'll tell you what, all these players are wide out in the open for them. T does get knocked, though. That's a good little stop. And he does get thirsted, so Kodiak going to have to do it with 3 players.
That's right. Dennis still alive. Now, guess what? It's not just going to be the ilims that he's starting to secure. It is going to be those placement points. Thanks for Nabuni. Nabuni just been performing wonders for his squad at the moment. And if you're Dennis, just be careful with what you do here. You don't want to overexpose your back because there's just so many teams back there. I don't think he has much to work with. Me model. Gonna get a little bit closer. Gonna see if maybe he can connect with this grenade. Here it comes. Is it actually gonna connect? Nibuni is forced to jump out, forced to be exposed. Now Me model's gonna get a little bit closer. He's gonna know what's happening. There it goes. The Molotovs are coming through as well. They're not hitting though. Nibuni somehow. Hot juice. This man is just okay. Walking on fire. I see.
Oh, there it goes. Lost, able to take him out. And now that's 11 eliminations there for Kodiak. Me model pushing up a little bit too far up, though. Gets caught in the off angle. Look how dominant this spot is, though. I was telling you, I mean, it is the best spot in this circle. Dennis has it on lockdown. Numb now forced to defend themselves against RS. Let's see what Mail can do. Fita trying to be able to get a knock with that nade. Oh, Mail's going to smoke himself out. That's actually super dangerous. That's going to allow them to push up on him for free. Let's see if they're able to do it.
Kodiak has been losing players too. This is what I was scared about here too. Dennis is starting to pick up a little bit too much. I think Numb is going to end up realizing, okay, now we're just going to keep an eye on you. Kodiak 20 being able to secure some eliminations there. Are you going to be able to pick up Me model? No, there you go. Me model is gone. RS being able to get the elimination there. And it's just going to be one player left, at least standing right now for Kodiak. Some of these teams are going to realize that's Kodiak. And you know what? If it's possible, if you're able to get that knock, make sure you stop him from getting more points. This team is already up to 39, and this is not even counting the placement points that they're going to be getting out of this, as Dennis is just moving around. Dennis at 1 HP from what I was able to see there, somehow staying alive. Numb wanting to make sure they get Dennis, and it's actually going to be MTR. Make them run. Securing the elimination there on Dennis and Lost 7. Now keeping an eye on what's going on here from Make Them Run, as he will be making a push up to him.
Arbeck's getting knocked. Godlike, able to just get back under the hill there very quickly. Kodiak now from the other side. 20 getting knocked. That's only going to leave one player up left for Kodiak. Are they going to hit that 14-point mark that we predicted? Let's see. Mail, though, and Numb looking very dominant from this little divot. This is now stage 9, folks. This circle's going to go down all the way to the center. Let's see what these teams do. Last zone. Mail got to make a play. Oh, and Lost. Helping him out so much. That nade looks good. And Mail clears out this side for Numb. It's Numb versus Kodiak.
Numb learning from their mistakes earlier in the first match. They had the positioning. They were only able to get just one elimination, but now it's going to be a bit of a toss-up here. It is going to be a 2 versus 2. Lost 7 is trying to move around. 20 also going to have to move around and hope that he doesn't get knocked, but he does end up getting knocked. And these players are just barely within the zone. The smokes, the nades are going to have to start coming in. It's going to just come down to Lost 7. Can he clutch it up for his squad? He has 4 grenades to his name. He's going to make sure that he stays up a little bit higher. Obviously, he doesn't really know where everybody's going to be at. There you go. The nades are going to be coming through. He's going to be able to spot one. He's going to be able to spot 2. Gets the knock. Can you make sure you secure this one? It comes down to a 1v1. Jukes. It's going to be Lost versus Strike. Can he clutch it up? The shotguns are going to be coming through, and it's just too much. Strike clutching up the elimination, and Numb backing it up with the win, baby. Woo-hoo-hoo. What a match. What a match.
Dude,
look, my hair's crazy, bro. I was over here like...
Yo, that was close, dude. 1v1 towards the end. And honestly, I think the part that we just saw a little bit of nervousness, right, was that player switching to the UMP, and it wasn't reloaded. It only had 17 rounds in it. He did a little quick spray. He was down to 9, and he went for that game-winning spray against that DBS, ran out of ammunition, forced a gun switch, and out just like that. So, I mean, regardless, great game for Kodiak still, right? I mean, they still put up a ton of points, you know, but just this close. Right? One little tiny mistake, you know, not able to get that back-to-back chicken dinner.
And the sad part for Kodiak too is that even though those players were they weren't able to confirm those eliminations. It would have been an extra 2 LMs, I think, right there. Sad part for them, but as you mentioned, second place finish. I mean, if you're Kodiak, you're sitting pretty right now. You're going into the next matches with the biggest smile in your face saying, okay, all right, let's keep this momentum going. back-to-back games with more than 13 eliminations. First match, what was it? 17 elims in this one. I think they ended up with 13 or more. We'll have to wait and see when we get the match. They're going to be sitting pretty, and I mean really pretty, in that first place with a huge gap. If they continue to do this, I think they're more than likely going to be able to secure their spot in the finals in the first day.
I mean, so let's be real. They might have already done it. I mean, it's crazy. With only 2 games in, with the performances like that, they're going to be sitting very, very pretty. Honestly, I would say one more game. One more good game, and they're for sure like headed to the finals because they have a good, solid point gap. Yeah, I'd say, honestly, 10. If they get another 10-point game, I think they're going to the finals for sure. At least in my opinion.
Yeah. I wasn't going to be greedy. I was like, yo, give me another 15 elim game, please.
I mean, that's enjoying what I'm seeing. That's put the stamp on it, baby. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I think we're going to see it. I think we're definitely going to see it because, like, from everything I've seen so far in Group A versus Group B, I mean, we got some big names here. We got Eliseo. Yep. We're ready to see him put some action in. Sometimes it takes some players and some teams a little time to warm up. When you have a team, though, just coming out the gate so strong, playing the way that we see them play as a unit, right? Just taking players out. We don't see one player get knocked and the rest just back off. No. Kodiak looks like one of those teams that when a player gets knocked, they get a little bit more aggressive. And that's what we see from championship teams, right? So it's a great, great sign. Honestly, like I said, one more good game and they should be a shoo-in for the finals.
It's just so hard to eliminate them. I feel like that's the main thing that you're trying to get to, right? It's so hard to eliminate them because they just keep getting picked up. And there you go. Another MVP from Kodiak with T being able to get those 4 elims, 656 damage. SS don't matter, baby, when you got 4 elims going your way.
Let's go. And you know what? They're going to need some more eliminations because guess where we're heading next? Gear 7. We're headed to the jungle, baby. Let's go. We're headed on over to Sanhok. That's the map that's a big opportunity for all the teams that, didn't have the best game 1 and game 2 because it's such a wild card map, right? Anything can happen. You could end up with 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner and boom, you're back in the race or even ahead of the race after a game like that. So it's going to be a good opportunity for some teams. One team in particular that I want to give props to is Numb, right? One thing I noticed in just 2 games already, they're showing signs of a team that has a great IGL behind them. Because if you look at their rotations, they're taking some of the best spots very, very early on. So that's going to pay dividends for them, regardless of how they're fighting towards the end. I mean, we just saw them do a great game here in the second game, but 2 matches already, and we see them in a dominant position like that. It's a good sign.
I mean, that IGL is just going to become one of the best real estate agents in his country because that boy knows location. He's just putting them in such a great place. And the thing is that I wanted to see here, it wasn't just the location. I wanted to see them being able to back it up with the eliminations, and they were able to do just that. So we're going to be looking at the match ranking here from Miramar, and no surprise there, Kodiak, once again, even though they didn't get the win, they still end up with the most points with 13 elims. Damn.
Hey, did we get it right? I think we did, right? Because they had 9, and we said they're gonna get 4 more. Bam, just like that. So 13 eliminations total. That's always crazy to see a team that didn't win the game with the most points at the end of the match. So this is already 2 games in a row where they're on top of the leaderboards, and we've only played 2, so they're gonna be sitting pretty. Numb though, like I was talking about. I mean, putting up a solid game. They get the chicken dinner here, but they do it via positioning, right? And that's so good to see.
I'm looking at what Numb, the elims, 8 elims. That's what I wanted to see. Earlier, remember, great positioning, only 1 elim. In this one, you said it. I want to see them starting to be a little bit more proactive. Guess what? It's like they were listening to you, Jukes, because as soon as you said that, they started coming their way. They were like, okay, we're going to be throwing one this, we're going to be throwing some Molotovs, we're going to be stopping teams from getting a little bit closer to us, and that's exactly what they were able to do going into Sanhok. Here we go. First place, 23-point lead. Hey, that can still be close in one game, but as we were mentioning, only the top 16 are going to be moving on to the finals. You're sitting pretty right now, Kodiak. Keep this up. And if you're some of the other teams, I'm going to have to point one out because everybody keeps putting in the chat. Star Soldiers Epic. I want to see what Eliseo can do. And what better map to do it than in Sanhok coming up, because right now they only got 4 points, and all of those points coming from eliminations.
Hey, LSL, a legend in the PUBG Mobile community. I was taking a look at some of his stats, man. This guy has been MVP for multiple PMPLs, an absolute unit. But you know what? We're talking about it earlier, Seven, right? It's not about just one player. You got to have a squad on here. And it is a little bit difficult, I will say, right? From a player that's going from such a higher level of play, you know, coming to PMCO, it is a different type of tournament, right? Like I said, you're going to be dealing with teams that are holding back. Like we noticed, like towards Circle 5, there's only like 23 players left so far in the past 2 games. That just goes to show that teams are hyper aggressive early on. So honestly, if you're an IGL, you have to kind of think about this and be like, all right, let's avoid fights almost at all costs in the early game. Yeah. If we could make it to zone 5, we're already going to be guaranteed in the top 10. And honestly, I know for a fact that's where a player like Erangel and the rest of his squad are going to truly be able to like start dominating, because once they know what the play is and they're all working together, they're going to dominate for sure. So it's only a matter of time, I think, for them. But you got to start making those little tweaks about the lobby. You can't rotate like it is, you know, a PMSL game or, you know, a World Cup game. It's something totally different here.
Yeah, I'm looking at LSL and Star Soldier's Epic to just start fragging out. They already showed it that they can get Illims. All their points are from Illims. Those four points that they've gotten in the past 2 matches. And I mean, the reason why I was saying what better map to do it on than in Sanhok is because there's just gonna be so many opportunities to maybe third party, to position yourselves to end up third partying a squad or just get some Illims here and there. I wouldn't be surprised if this team ends up with at least 10 points. And boy, they need it. They need to be able to start creating that gap, because now, I mean, after Sanhok here, we're gonna be halfway through at least this first day. And remember, all these teams are just gonna be playing 10 matches within the next 3 days.
Yeah, man, we got a lot of action though coming up right around the corner, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back after this break.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember. I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe Season 2. We're in the semifinals right now. We've only had 2 games go by. We got 3 more left to go. And we're headed into the jungle, baby. Sanhok. So 7. My question to you, which team do you want to see dominate in Sanhok? Which team do you think we need to see dominate here in match number 3? Tell me.
All right, give me some parameters here, okay? We got some time to kill. You want me to
Eliseo,
go
or who
top
else?
leaderboard, middle leaderboard, or bottom leaderboard?
Well, why don't we go bottom? Why don't we go bottom, right? Because honestly, I think that
All
the
right.
teams at the bottom need to pop off. That's for a fact, right?
Okay, all right. Usually not a bottom, but we'll figure out which teams we're going to be going for here. I think I said it earlier. If we're actually looking towards the bottom of the leaderboard, Star Soldier's Epic. That's one that I want to see, especially with the hype that everybody's putting in the chat with Eliseo. Them being able to get those eliminations, I think that's definitely one team I'm going to be looking at. Another team that could possibly end up surprising me here, and this might be completely out of left field. It could be the Noisy Boys. Noisy Boys.
Hey,
They're supposed to be noisy. Been a little bit quiet. Got 2 eliminations the first game. Got 3 in the last game. Come on. You got to give me some more. You got to give me a lot more. How about you? If you're looking towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
I think it's a great choice. I think we need to see some from Eliseo and squad here in this Sanhok. That's for sure, right? I mean, they got a lot of hype behind them. They've got the experience for sure. I do just think that there was a little bit of an adjustment from having to switch from, playing at such a high level, here at PMCO. It's just a different type of tournament. Like I said earlier, we're seeing so many teams fight early on like crazy that honestly, if I was an IGL, if I was playing in this one, I would be like, guys, we need to avoid fights completely. Like I would tell my team straight up, like, I don't even want to hear a gunshot until circle 5. Straight up.
Okay.
Because at this point, if you get into a fight early on, you're going to get third partied, fourth partied. There's so much tension in the lobby right now that even if you are a championship team, the chances of you making that out alive with all 4 up are really, really low. If you can get to that late game, you're going to get those double-digit eliminations and, a crazy performance. So I think that's the play. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you. I fully agree. I think this is why I was just praising those teams that definitely weren't going to commit to a hot drop. But hold on. You need to tell me a team. Just went on a rant there. You got to tell me a squad.
I did.
Towards the bottom.
I did go. I did go on a little bit of a rant because I was like, you know what? I do think that we saw something from them. I'm gonna go with you said the Noisy Boys? I'm gonna go with the Strong Boys. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Let's see what they could do here in this Sanhok, right? Sanhok is that kind of wild card map where anything could happen. I think if the Strong Boys just come out strong or able to make something happen, they can definitely rocket launch themselves up the leaderboards, and I think that they got to utilize that strategy I was talking about earlier. It's just avoid those early engagements at all costs. Like we saw from Eliseo and squad. They're getting those early game eliminations, right? They are winning some fights. But no matter how good of a team you are, if you're dealing with 3 or 4 squads at the same time, your chances of survival just drop tremendously, especially in that early game where you're trying to rotate, get looted up, and get going. So, yeah, just take your time, be a little patient, and it's going to happen. Unless 7, there's a wide open third-party opportunity, okay? But at the same time, you got to make sure that we can take out this fight within one
early, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about early in the game?
Early game. Yeah, early game. I think
Okay,
a third party is okay, but you still have to realize that, all right, if we're going to third party this fight needs to end in like 30 seconds. If it goes on for too long, we need to leave because then we're going to get third party. You know what I'm saying?
Boy, I wish I could dap you up, right? Big dap up for you because I fully agree with you with what you're saying. Especially, yeah, if you do end up third partying, max 30 seconds. If not, get the heck out of there because guess what? Other teams are going to be hearing that. We know what Sanhok's like. We've seen it for many, many years, and we know that if anybody finds themselves just driving along, hear those gunshots, let's go look at it real quick. Let's see if we can third party, and if they can, boy, they're definitely going to commit to it. But I'm with you. I like your pick, by the way, with Strum Boys. This squad currently only sitting with 2 eliminations after 2 matches. So they're definitely a squad that needs to be able to pick it up, needs to use the madness of Sanhok, not only just to pick up the eliminations, but to try to find a way to wiggle themselves into a top 5 situation. Because once you're in a top 5 situation in Sanhok, guess what? Those elims might start coming easier your way.
Yes, sir, indeed. Yes, sir, indeed. We're about to get Sanhok started in just a minute, folks. Be patient with us. I know that we got some people in the chat that just love the podcast that we got going on here, and I really, really appreciate that, guys. We're trying to give you all the best advice we possibly can here because, you know what? We've got 2 games. We've seen what some of these teams got. We know that Kodiak's crushing it, right? We can see Numb already showing signs of a team that are very, very good rotationally, right? And they did finally, I think, switch that aggression switch in the last game here, 7.
Yeah, at the right time, too. And for Kodiak, I kind of want to go back to those teams because we got time to talk here. So let's talk about them. I want to continue to see this performance. I kind of don't want to see a slowdown, if I'm being completely honest. I would love to see one of these teams just fully dominate the lobby and kind of put a big target on their backs, especially when they end up going to the finals, as saying, okay, we're the top dogs here in semifinals. We're going to be taking this momentum towards the finals and see what we can do to make it to the actual PMSL EU full split, because that's the ultimate goal for this squad. So yeah, the money is nice, the bragging rights are right too, but if you're able to participate with the big dogs in PMSL EU and open up a chance to now make it to PMGC, that's what you want to be at.
Yes, sir, indeed. That's the goal. That's the goal right here. We got 24 teams here. Right, so anything can happen. We got Group A going against Group B. I wonder what Group C is thinking about these lobbies so far, right? Because these teams, they better be watching. Let's put it that way. These guys better be keeping an eye on what's going on here, because this is the only info you're going to really have going into tomorrow, as the game has begun, baby. And now we got the plane coming from the south to the north, the first time today.
That's right, Kampong all the way to Hanting. If I'm saying those names wrong, feel free to correct me in the chat, but I'm pretty sure it's kind of spot on. I'm going to be looking at bootcamp. We're talking about hot drops, bootcamp, Paradise Resort, usually one of those places. Painan can be as well. The trifecta area, Paradise Resort. I'm seeing how many teams are going to be committing there. Right now, I'm seeing up to 3 teams. Maybe somebody's going to end up trash looting, which is a possibility. You don't fully have to commit to it. Oh my gosh, Jukes. We're going to have 3 squads in Paradise Resort, and we're going to have 2 squads in
gosh.
In
hot drops, baby.
Every single one that I mentioned, we're getting a hot drop, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. So there's going to be some crazy action at these main drop locations off the rip. And yep, we're seeing it. Fights are starting to ring out. And there's already some big action happening in Paradise. Because, yeah, there's 3 teams there.
Come on. Show me. Show me what they're doing.
Show us the fight.
Nexus.
Show me the fight.
Nexus, get out.
I see the Ronnie.
I mean,
that was a good entrance in that Ronnie. That's for sure. Northern Circle. Northern Circle.
Oh. Okay, this might... Okay, with this here, it might make the fight in boot camp stall out a little bit, which might open up some opportunities for some of the other teams there.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Star Soldiers, oh my god. Yo, hold on. MW, what are we doing here? Why are we all so compact? One grenade and all of you guys are going to end up getting knocked. There you go. 1 going down. I'm surprised it's not even more than that.
This is that team we're talking about. Star Soldiers. And Ellie sails down already. No, and they're leaving the fight? No way. I can't say I blame them, though, at the same time. Man, not the start this team wanted. Again, losing a player early on. They head towards Paradise Resort. This is what I was talking about. Is like, if you're a team like this, avoid engagements 100% at the beginning. And you go to Paradise Resort? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know you're going to get some action there. Look how many teams are here. TGM now. Caster being very sneaky. Sneaky Caster.
Yeah, TG.
You know he is making the call
right here.
That's his name.
He's got to say, "Hey, yo, guys, start closing in, boys. We got them locked in. We got them surrounded right now. Everybody's literally within this compound. Get some grenades. Start coming our way. They don't even have enough heals. Obviously, they don't know that. We know this. But my goodness. Wait,
there he is.
TGM. Okay, there you go. There you go.
Quick thirst too. Oh my gosh, nice angle there. Here comes Caster now on the push, looking to clean up some of these players, get these confirmations. Oh, right on the open. Make a way. Oh, Caster from behind. Oh, and he's gonna get thirsted for it. You gotta take your time. Let the rest of the squad get there, and then make the push. Oh, Christopher is giving him a 1v1. Yeah, that you cannot do that.
Let's go, Gaba. Let's go, Gaba.
Punish him. Punish him.
You know what?
Another 1v1?
I'm going for it now.
Another 1v1?
Gaba trying to go for it. No, not yet, not yet. They're taking a little bit too long. Oh my gosh, they almost lined up for him, Jukes. I thought Gaba was going to be clutching it up right there. And now we're going to be moving on to the hot drop in boot camp between SHC and Raven. I mean, Raven right now, they have an elimination going their way. And boy, do they need it, as this squad only has 2 points. And I see that right, Kodiak actually ended up losing a player as well, and now they're losing even more players. So for everybody else, keeping an eye there on that elimination feed, because you got to be able to take advantage of these situations when the top dog of the lobby right now is getting eliminated. You got to make sure you survive, and there you go, Kodiak eliminated. Big opening here for Numb, big opening for TGM, for all those other teams to close up that gap.
They go out super early with MW, and yeah, the door is now open. Nice nade there. Lucifer entering the building all by himself, and they get the clutch, and the boxes are getting shot. Raven Gaming, the kings of boot camp here. There goes Skip Zone as well. Look at this. Out of the top 5 teams, 3 of them are already eliminated. Talk about an opportunity for these squads at the bottom here, 7.
For real. And also, just look at the point difference. Look how insane Kodiak's performance was in the first 2 matches. That first place had 46 points, and if you go down to 5th place, they only had 12 points. That is a mighty 34-point lead. That, I mean, MW not gonna be able to close out on it, because obviously they are gone back to the lobby. But other teams like Nexus, RS, MTR, TMB, and the list goes on and on. Anybody that's just below that 6th place, take advantage of Sanhok. This is what I'm saying. You never know what's going to be happening here in Sanhok. This is why it's one of my favorite maps, Jukes. Because when you think a team's going to continue to dominate, guess what? They end up being one of the first teams getting eliminated. Back to the lobby.
Hey, Sanhok's the ultimate disruptor in PUBG Mobile. It always has been, and you're right, it's so entertaining to watch, because it presents a huge opportunity for so many different teams to make that comeback story a reality. And one thing I got to give props though to is Numb, man. I'm telling you, this may be one of the dangerous teams in this lobby, because whoever's leading this squad is making the right decisions, right? I mean, come rotationally in game 1 and game 2, these guys were on point. And now here in Sanhok, they're avoiding fights early game. My instincts are telling me they're in a good spot, 7. I can't see the map, so I have no idea where they are, but I have a feeling they're in a good position, and that's a good sign.
For which team? For here, Star Soldiers?
For Numb. For Numb.
Numb. Okay. Yeah, I mean, with the way Numb has his plan, you know what? I'm gonna take that prediction with you. I think Numb more than likely. I mean, the rotations that they've been able to do have been on point. Oh, Nexus. Now trying to get into a fight here. Early on. There you go. Sanhok is going to be able to get one knock. Remember, though, Dennis was able to do some wonders earlier on. And he's not going to be able to repeat that, as now Nexus is just taking over this. Sanhok is just taking over everybody. There you go. He ends up getting knocked. And the rest of the squad, guess what? There were already some eliminated. They're not able to get there in time to back it up. as BRBA might be able to reset here. Stall soldiers
Big
just
mistake.
waiting, being patient. Big mistake from who?
Oh, he gave away. They know he's in there.
Ooh.
They know for sure. They had to see him in the window. Wait, did they? They didn't!
Oh.
He actually jumped. He vaulted the window. No way. Oh, what a great shot, though, in return. Escorp. These guys are playing very... Dude, Star Soldiers are playing this super passive. Super
Yes.
passive.
It's like a lot of hesitation, right? We were talking
Yeah.
about it earlier in the day. You gotta make sure if it's something you gotta figure out what you want to do here. You can't just be fully passive. They try to be aggressive earlier. Eliseo ends up getting eliminated, then they decide to back off, and they end up backing off just way too much. As we're getting maybe possibly a cow finish. Okay, that's something I haven't seen in a minute. The Booney, once again, the last player standing from Nexus, and look how many teams. 4 teams there in that big intersection, leaving that bridge there towards the north. That's an insane amount. Luckily, there's compounds here. They're going to be able to maintain themselves alive. SSC trying to find an opening. If you're going to make a push there, Escorp, you got to make sure that Mano is also going to end up making a push there with you. Don't do a 1-1, and right now it might be a little bit too late because you already know that they got that player back up. I think this is going to be a bit of a stalemate here, Jukes.
Huge stalemate, man. And I'm telling you, you want to avoid these early engagements if you can, because look at how many locations were still available in the Circle 7. So many spots. So if you had teams that had that mentality, they were able to sneak around these fights, they would be able to have pretty much a centralized position for free. But instead, you know, getting caught in these little skirmishes have really punished so many of these teams. Nexus lost almost their entire squad just like that. And now you got the Star Soldiers as well, down to completely stuck against TNB.
Yep.
See what they can do, though. It's going to be pretty much solo versus squads because both of those teammates are completely in different buildings.
That's right. And the thing, too, is that, I mean, they don't have the utility right now to try to actually push towards each other, because if they do try to make that push, they would need even more smokes because of all the angles that everybody's currently covering. This is what happens in Sanhok. Such a short map that you have to make that decision quickly, and you got to make sure you don't second guess it or think too long about it. But right now, we have BRBA sitting at 7 eliminations. That's going to be good for this squad. But they're also going to have to worry about RS. The Noisy Boys.
Dude.
This is a squad that I wanted to see more out of, Jukes. Right now, only 1 Ilum. And honestly, with this fight, I'm not feeling too confident with it. This is going to be a sketchy fight, especially with just 3 players. Even though they're going up against just 2 players, this positioning just scares me, man. There's too many angles from the side.
I'm gonna tell you right now, SSC's done for this game. They've got nowhere to run. I mean, their teams completely surrounding them 360, and they got the Noisy Boys right across the street. I just do not see, short of like a crazy, disgusting play, them surviving this.
Oh, hold on. I think they're waiting. I'm telling
They're
you,
done.
this
I
is
mean,
gonna
they
be
got nowhere to
just a
go.
big stalemate.
Yeah, they
they're
got
gonna
nowhere to
be
go.
Just waiting out. Coexist. Become neighbors. Save this utility. Ah, man, this is. Come on. Oh.
It's a waste of nades. I mean, because even
Yeah,
I
waste
mean,
of
well,
utility.
they can't run across to get the finish. And look where they're at. I mean, the next circle does pop. You got Numb now rotating on in through the bridge. So they're going to have an open slot through here. Cow is completely open. Nobody going to the hard shift side is a big miss. You could even see RAVN just hug that zone, and they'll have like the best spot in this circle. But I just think so many teams think that every single position's already taken, even though they're wide open.
You says I'm seeing the map here. I'm just giggling to myself. Nexus, whoever your IGL is for the next match, just give it to Nabooni. This man always finds a way to be within the circle and be the last one standing, dude. It's insane what's going on there with Nabooni and how he's just able to find a way within the circle, the last one standing, make sure that it works out for him, as Just Fox has to hit the ground. As shots were coming in there from RS. RS now starting to figure this out, seeing how they're going to be approaching this situation, as BRBA making sure that they don't give him any any option here. But the only problem there for RS is that those vehicles are going to be smoking, and they need to be careful because you might have end up somebody rotating around. I like this positioning though from Blaze, making sure that nobody actually ends up going around, and on top of that, have some extra angles there on a BRBA.
What's going to happen? Penguin Esports. Keeping an eye there up top. Man, I am just so pumped up. My adrenaline is rushing right now, Seven, because this is about to get in the water. Able to get that first aid off. Audio cue though away. Blade got the shotgun. He's pushing. Oh, but Mail's got a DBS of his own. That was a fake pinpull. Fake pinpull. And he catches Blaze slipping. Oh. Beautifully done there from Numb.
You were talking about Numb's positioning. We didn't get a chance to see it. Guess what? Now we're going to see positioning here from... Oh, no. Mail was about to go for the bank shot and gets caught from the off angle by RS. RS is just going back and forth. Luckily, I mean, with the position that they're working here, he should be able to get that revive. It's only circle 3. They might be able to reposition there. And now we're going to be going over to PNG, making a push here to Raven. Remember what Raven was able to do earlier. You got to take the shots. What are we doing?
No, actually, it may be a good thing. It may be a good thing. He's playing it quiet right now because he knows. No, they take the shot now. No way. Okay, he gets one knock. That is crazy. I was thinking that he was trying to play it quiet so that way they didn't know anybody was behind them. But instead, he takes that shot at a very, I think, a bad time, at least in my opinion. And now Raven know exactly what they're dealing with from behind. Cal is still wide open. Goodness gracious.
No rotations today, that's for sure, as BRBA is going to have some room to work with, and I'm with you. I mean, take the shots when I said take the shots earlier, because the way that that man was tracking them, he was wanting to take the shots. His finger was just itching for it, Hot Jukes, and it ultimately ended up being at a bad position. By the way, Numb currently playing outside of the circle. They're going to have to find a way inside the circle. They still have all 4 players alive, but you can see it there on the right side. Their heals are not up to par. Their health bars are not up to par. Meanwhile, PNG just keeping on the pressure here on Raven. And Raven making sure PNG backs up and slows down.
Bisky. Now keeping an eye on the lay of the land here. The zone is closing, though. This is stage 4. He needs to start running. Like, he's got no choice at this point. The blue zone is going to start punishing everybody over here on Paradise Resort. Guess who needs to guess about the circle? Look at it. It is starting to ring out quickly. Everyone's going to go out to blue here. They need to start moving.
That's
it's
right.
too late.
I mean...
It's too late. It's going to sting.
Nah, he'll make it. He'll make it.
It's going to sting, I'm telling you.
Raven should be able to gatekeep him there. I think, yeah, you're right. I think that player might be done. So we're going to be switching over now to the Noisy Boys. Noisy Boys doesn't realize that there's not a door there covering him anymore. He's going to end up getting knocked. Meanwhile, Raven, still, all 4 players are alive. One's knocked, but they should be able to get the revive right here. And PNG, with just that one player so far, going into Paradise Resort, trying to wrap around. It might not end up working on his favor. And guess who is going to be that last player there from Penguin X Esports?
Take the tuck-tuck.
Oh, the nades. The nades are going to be coming in. He's not full healed, though. If this nade hits, come on. Oh,
got him.
Easy pickings from Bisk. Up to 8 eliminations, Jukes.
Hey, playing that edge side can pay off. If you can take advantage of some of the teams that are holding it. Numb trying to make a crazy rotation. Hyso not able to get the knock, though. It looks like they are going to be able to survive there. Super bold rotation from Numb. Oh, never mind. Yeah, they do get taken out. I was about to say, I was like, there's no way they survive this, but they, and that's exactly what happened.
Be honest with me. How many fingers were you crossing there, hoping that they were going to be able to survive that
0.
one? Because I was crossing at least 2 fingers.
I was like,
cross my toes.
Try to make a shift in a vehicle in Sanhok in stage 4. Good luck. Good luck. The zone does go down to Tatmok, so everybody in Cal. That's why nobody went up there, because they were like, yeah, it's definitely not going there.
Oh man! All right, let's look at this map real quick.
Cal is like bunch of cowards,
working
dude.
with Edge. Yeah, look at TGM though. They're going to have to figure out what they're going to be doing there with MTR, STB. STB is still alive, but I kind of want to see them start collecting some eliminations here. So far, they have 0. They need to start keeping an eye on everything going on. And a team that I called out earlier, SSE, the Star Soldiers Epic, there's only 1 player left alive, and they have 2 eliminations. Not going how I expected it to go for that squad, Jukes.
Yes, not indeed. Unfortunately, you can see what the BRBA is going to do rotationally here. They're going to try to be... Oh, they're going to take this warehouse. But it's already taken by the Star Soldiers. On the other side of Tatmok, Mono, I'm surprised these guys even made it to the zone. This was such a difficult rotation for them. Oh, the Molly is placed perfectly, though. He saw him on fire. Here comes the nade. That Molly was an eviction notice, I'm telling you. Got him.
Okay. Oh, for a second I thought
that was
hit.
ISO.
Okay. Yo, I got tricked. I got tricked there by the elimination feed. I was like, oh my god, that is such a nasty nade, considering that he was also getting caught off angle from the other side, from far away. Now the Noisy Boys turning up the heat here. They still have 2 eliminations. They're currently not on your screen, but you could see them there in the elimination feed. They were knocking some people back and forth. BRBA starting to be a little bit more aggressive here. This is what happens when you're STB. You're being a little bit too passive, giving enough time. But guess what? Andre said, don't worry, 7. I'm just going for the off angle. We're over here being the masters at baiting, and they do exactly just that.
Yes, 7. That's exactly what they do. And I'll tell you what, they do it well, because guess what? They are the strong boys. You know, that was the team I wanted to see be able to make here in this game. And look at this, with this circle, they are going to have so much coverage there. There's so many different little containers and things that they could hide behind. The only one that's really they got to worry about is Nabuni from Nexus. And you're right. The entire team needs to just follow where he goes, because he always finds a way in the circle.
I don't care what anybody says. Give that man the IGL right now. ASAP. Last one standing in back-to-back games. Somehow finds a way to just read exactly what the circle's going to end up doing. And meanwhile, Raven is just picking apart TMG. TMG not looking good. Base gets an elimination. Wait, what? He's up to 7. What do you mean just gets elimination? That team is up to 10 eliminations and just moving up the ranking. Using Sanhok for what it's supposed to be, to move up the ranking. The nades are going to be coming in. He's going to have them on the offense. It's going to be a little bit too far away, though. Lucifer's going to be pushing up. Another nade's going to be coming in. Make sure you don't knock your own teammate. None of those nades are connecting, though, Jukes.
The Lobster Bisque looking to squeeze the claw onto TGM. Lucifer up in front. Oh, but now they're getting shot from behind. The Noisy Boys. They catch Bisque slipping. Lucifer with a jump shot gets the clear. What a clutch play there from Lucifer.
Lucifer with the nasty clutch up, but this is a perfect example of what we were talking about before we jump into the match. You have to make sure you finish the fight as soon as possible, especially this late into the game. Everybody's just gonna be looking to third party. The Noisy Boys especially looking to do that. They're currently up to 4 eliminations. Raven now up to 12. Lucifer, he might be able to pick up Bisque because the Noisy Boys decided to just focus on somebody completely different. That might have been the opening that Raven needed right there to get that pickup on Bisque, Juice. And now Nabuni, you're gonna have to fight here because the strong boys are getting closer and closer. And Stefan, I would be shocked if Stefan maybe didn't hear him. There you go. Bisque goes down once again. Kansor just trying to get some off angles here. And oh, Nabuni actually gets the knock. I think he might even be able to get the elimination. I think he does.
Lucy on the edge, creeping his way on into this next zone. Raven game, last player up. 12 eliminations for this team, though. They are soaking them up, and they're in 8th place. Look at that. All of their points are pretty much just from elims in this game by itself. Oh, he's going to have an angle. Can he get the knock? He does. He's going to go for the thirst. Gets another one on the board. That's a baker's dozen. Can he solo this entire squad? He might just be able to. He's got the angles. Goes for the heal.
Going out.
No way he goes in the blue zone. So risky.
Yeah, no shot. No shot.
Oh, yeah.
He steals the elimination.
The blue.
He gets the elim right there.
Oh,
no.
The noisy boys.
Hey, Lucifer, congratulations, though. A top 5 finish with more than 10 illims will take it any day. And a squad that we wanted to see more out of. Strong Boys, guess what? You are at least able to secure there a top 4. Nabuni is out of here. The noisy boys, I wanted to see more out of you. And even though you might not end up winning this match, because right now MTR just has the numbers advantage, you are gonna be able to secure a top 2 finish, and there you have it right there. MTR make them run, securing the win, taking advantage of all the madness that was going on in Sanhok. And boy, oh boy, do we have some teams show up, and some teams kind of making me scratch my head a little bit, Jukes.
Hey, I mean, it was a wild one for sure. Kodiak goes out super early. They kind of stopped their little crazy run here in match number 3, and it opens the door for so many teams. And MTR clutched it up. So many squads got some serious eliminations, something they really needed for sure.
Shout out to production for not showing our cameras during some of this plays, right, bro? Because every single time I come on camera, my header's just all over the place. I'm over here like, oh my god, what are this team's doing? I can't believe he just survived that. When Lucifer was able to clutch up for the squad there too, when Bisc ended up going down because of the third party. So fun. Entertaining games, man. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here out of PMCO EEU Season 2.
Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, I love the fact that we're not just seeing a crazy just point sponge just run away with it, right? 2 games, we thought Kodiak were going to be that team. I mean, they still are. They're still big chilling on top of the leaderboards for sure. But now we're seeing some teams, hey, get an opportunity to catch up and them actually do it. I mean, what do we see there from Lucifer's squad? It was like 13 eliminations, and that was pretty much all their points for today so far in just the Sanhok alone. So beautifully done, beautifully done. We got 2 more games left to go, guys. I mean, this is pretty crazy here, because this is Group A versus Group B. I'm sure to see Group C tomorrow, so it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, for Group C, there was one squad that we're looking at. BX Brothers.
Yes.
Remember.
That's right.
That was
BX
the
Brothers.
second place team out of Season 1. They're just gonna end up collecting all of this info, baby. They're just writing notes right now. Okay. All right. So this team decides to play out a little bit too slow, and this is okay. Maybe it's a team that we can take advantage of, because you better believe, I feel like for BX Brothers, a team that got second place in Season 1, I feel like they will be coming a little bit more aggressive now with the length of the layout too, getting a chance to see how some of these other teams are performing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, let's see if they're gonna like land Paradise or not. I would tell you what, I definitely wouldn't. That's for sure after seeing today, because it was absolute madness over there. And yeah, with BX Brothers, I was taking a look at the roster from Season 1 versus what they submitted here for Season 2. I did notice the name Looney on the same teams. I did see an entirely different names for everybody else, so I'm not sure if those players changed their names or if they had new pickups. It's always good to watch, you know, some of these different squads, just how they're able to execute it.
Yep.
SSC, though, at Eliseo, going out early, landing towards Paradise. Once we saw them actually get towards late game, they seemed to kind of be able to make it happen, but I am noticing a little bit of hesitancy for them. I think they need to kind of just calm things down here in these last 2 matches.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. Hesitant, trying to figure out, not really sure what they want to do. I even called it out during the game too. You land in a hot drop spot, you lose one player, then you decide to back off, and then you decide to be aggressive, but then you are forced against to back off. You gotta be able to commit. I mean, if you're gonna commit, just make sure it hopefully ends up working out. But no surprise here. Bisc from Raven Gaming, 7 eliminations. First time we get a chance to see it too. The MVP getting over 1,000 damage.
Let's go. Let's go. 7 eliminations. You know that he's pumped for his squad. I mean, Raven did definitely put in some good work here in Sanhok, and they needed it. They needed it for sure. I can't wait till we take a look at the overall leaderboards to see the kind of movers and shakers so far here in that crazy map of Sanhok. You know, we're going to be going into the next map
Erangel
here. And when Erangel, you're back to the basics, right?
Yep.
I wonder if we're going to see another hot drop in Ross Hawk. That's always interesting to me, because in my opinion, if you're going to hot drop game 1 and you lose that fight, it's like the law of the land. You got to move. You know what I'm saying? Just take off.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm gonna be looking at those teams towards the bottom, especially with this match ranking. I mean, and when we can actually get a chance to see like just a full-on overall, because if you are towards the bottom, Jukes, I don't even want to see you near a hot drop. And if you do end up in some kind of situation of a hot drop, boy, I better see you back out of there, okay? I don't want to see you anywhere near it, unless it's an obvious situation where you can win it, where you already have like 2 players knocked, and yeah, just fully commit to it, but just know that there's a high chance that you might end up losing another player. But for some of these teams, I mean, I said earlier, halfway done now, past halfway done of day 1 here of the PMCO EEU, you gotta be able to show up.
Yeah, for sure. You got to be able to show up and clutch up big time, because you only get 10 matches in the semifinals, right? So we're already more than halfway through day number 1. We're almost going to reach the halfway point, at the end of the day here for these teams, or at least for both these groups, right? So we need to start seeing these teams at the bottom press that action, and the way that they're going to be able to do that is by avoiding that early game action at all costs here. So let's take a look at the overall rankings. Let's see exactly where everybody is landing after the end of 3 matches. Kodiak still on top, even though they went out early in Sanhok. But we're seeing some moves here. Look at that. Make them run in 2nd place. They pass up Numb, which were able to get, I'm telling you, look at their placement points. These guys know where to go, but, that fight play style, I think, just needs to get tweaked just a little bit.
Yeah, a happy marriage for that squad in regards to placement points, elimination points, only separated by 1, kind of the same there with what you're seeing out of Numb. But what was actually surprising to me is that nobody was able to close the gap insanely to Kodiak. Kodiak eliminated earlier on. You saw it. We saw it. Everybody else saw it. And I was like, okay, now's the time where some of these teams are going to be able to close that gap before we end up going to Erangel and then ultimately, finally, that Miramar match. But I mean, they still have a 19 first place. And now Kodiak going back to Erangel, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a 10+ point out of this squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to look a little crazy already. And honestly, I'm looking at the Star Soldiers too. Only 8 points on the board, right? And the teams at the bottom, I believe there's 3 of them with 7 points. That's the floor right now. All the teams you see with 0, those are teams that haven't played today. Right. So for the rest of these squads, man, you got to start picking up the pace here, man. Otherwise, you're going to get left behind. Let's take a look here at the replay. And that knock, I thought that was going to be the door opening for them to make a push. But honestly, it was just a knock for them to be able to escape.
Jukes, I was shocked that it was only 1 player knock right there, okay? I got to go back and look at the layout of that building, because I wonder if maybe there was some furniture, there was a wall, so what was happening there? Because I really thought it was going to be a lot more. And you said it perfectly. I'm looking at those bottom 3 teams. Notorious with 7. Penguin Esports with 7. Strong Boys there with 7 points. And then you got Drunk Knights with 8 points. I mean, for this squads, I would say for this squads in single digits, including Star Soldiers Epic, you got to pick it up here in the last 2 matches. Because I don't really know who is going to be playing tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow in regards to which groups. Is it going to be A versus C or B versus C? We'll have to wait and find out. But you don't want to put that much pressure on your shoulders. You definitely don't want to put that much pressure on your shoulders.
For sure. I mean, we definitely know somebody's going against Group C. That's a fact, right? So
for sure.
Whoever that group is, we'll hopefully find out here in the next few moments. That is going to be their last day of play, right? If you really think about it. So they are going to have to put up so many points to where nobody can possibly pass them up. So I'm hoping teams are looking at the leaderboards right now. It's all fake. Let's be real. And the reason why I mean that is because we have an entire group that hasn't played. So you can be like, no worries, we're in 8th place. You're not really in 8th place. You're not going to know until tomorrow. Actually, you're not going to know until the end of the tournament. Let's be real, right? At least for the semifinals, where exactly you're going to stand. So you got to start making it happen here in these last 2 games. We're going to Erangel. That's where it's going to really show who's the most consistent, right? Kodiak, this is why it's so great to have such good performances in the first 2 games. You can have an off game and still be big chilling, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So for the rest of the squads, we need to start seeing some more of that consistency, baby. Let's go.
I'm looking for what Numb's going to be able to do in Erangel. Remember, great positioning in the first Erangel. Alims weren't there, but guess what? they've been able to pick it up on the Illims, and they've been able to keep that consistency. Maybe not in Sanhok, but in the first Miramar as well. They were able to back it up. Once again, good positioning, being a little bit more aggressive. Here in Erangel, it could be just the perfect matchup if they find the right positioning, though. And also, I'm going to be looking at Nexus Gaming, brother. I want to see who's going to be IGLing. Who is going to be the last one standing? Nabooning has been able to show up massively for that squad and being able to just clutch up some extra points. The reason why Nexus Gaming is currently in 6th place with 19 points. I feel like this is a squad that I expected to see a lot more of because of where they were in Season 1 of PMCO EEU. They were in 4th place. They were in 4th, 5th place. I got to go back and look at it. They were just so close. Yeah, 5th place, and they were just so close to make it to PMSLU that I'm pretty sure they're going to be coming into. I thought they were going to be coming into it here. Okay, we don't want to put ourselves into that position, and right now it feels like that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, that's the brutal part about this whole thing, man. I mean, it just takes the tiniest little slip up to just be punished in such a. And yes, I do see what you see, Seven. We do know who is going to be playing tomorrow. It's going to be Group B versus Group C, and that makes things super interesting because for a team that I'm seeing all in the chat, Star Soldiers, epic, right? Everyone's talking about Eliseo and the squad. They're going to be playing tomorrow, guys. So that's it. It's today, tomorrow, and then they're going to be watching on day 3, hoping that they put up enough points to survive. So honestly, that kind of puts them at a little bit of a disadvantage, especially considering how they've played so far. They only have 8 points in the first 3 matches. They got to go crazy in these last 2. Let's be real.
Yeah, and then you got Notorious as well. You have Strong Boys. BRBA, at least they've been able to show some good stuff. Make Way, they've been able to at least put themselves there. Where are they? In 11th place. So actually, there's a lot of teams in Group B right now that are towards the bottom. They got to take advantage of these last 2 matches, Dukes, or as we've been mentioning, the pressure is just going to be on them, and it's just a position you themselves in, especially at this big of a stage for maybe some of these players that never been here, or if they have been here, you still feel the pressure, baby. As much as some people want to say they don't feel the pressure, trust me, usually I have players saying, yeah, I don't feel any pressure. After the game's end, they're like, yeah, maybe I was feeling a little bit of pressure.
Right, for sure. Yeah, you know what? I mean,
they kind of go back on it.
Yeah, it's a back and forth thing, constantly something that you got to deal with here. But you got to be able to adjust on the fly and make those plays. You know, I was looking back at Season 1, right? Kodiak, they played, right? They were in 4th place at the end of that one. So they were barely able to make it to PMSL EU. Now they're dominating the leaderboards here. And I'm looking at the roster, right? So they had a player named Kick in Season 1. And it does look like they did make a switch out for T. Now, I'm not sure if Kick just changed his name or if it's a new player, you know? But I will say this, right? There is a difference there. And they're definitely showing that, hey, you know what? Whatever it is that we did during the offseason, we came in to put in some work here because they're starting off really strong here for Season 2.
Hey, I'm loving that you pointed that out. Yeah, because you never know what could happen there. Maybe Kick ended up getting picked up by somebody else. Who knows? Because if I remember right, too, let me actually look this up real quick. I remember there was another team that had a player named Kick, but I don't know if it's the same one. And it's actually in Nexus Gaming. Not sure if it's the same Kick because sadly, Wikipedia doesn't really show that much stuff for some of these players since we are in not such a high tier stuff, right? But if it is the same player, I mean, right now, not looking like a good move because of where Kodiak is at. And for Kodiak, you're looking like a damn genius because right now you're sitting in 1st place with a 19-point lead. But I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see what's going to be happening here in the next Erangel whenever we do end up going to it.
Yes, sir, indeed. We're about to head to it in just a few moments, guys. The second, if there was a button to start the game, I'm slamming on it, baby, because I'm ready to get into this action. I know you guys are as well. But, you know, as we look at these different teams, these different matchups, it's really interesting to look at because I always like to see how teams, you know, develop. Because let's be real, it's very rare. I don't think we've ever seen a team just like off the rip, Season 1, just show up and then boom, they're in PMGC. You know what I'm saying? That's a very rare thing to happen. It takes a couple seasons, I think, for them to, you know, adjusting to the meta of the gameplay here. And sometimes it takes swapping out some players, making some adjustments. And that's something that we're definitely noticing here for sure.
Oh, yeah. Easily. I gotta go back. I gotta see some of those teams there towards the middle of the pack. Nexus Gaming, even though I've been joking about, hey, switch IGLs with Nabuni just because Nabuni keeps being the last player alive for that squad.
Yeah.
I would actually like them to be a little bit more passive towards this start. Maybe maybe take a bit of a chill pill there, as you've been saying for some of the other squads. Wait a little bit longer to see what's gonna be happening. Save all that pent up energy towards the middle and towards the end of the fighting here, and see if they could possibly just use their numbers and use the experience that this team has to start collecting those points.
Yeah, you know what? Looking at another roster swap, right? One I'm looking at right now is going to be Star Soldiers Epic. That's the team that we're talking about. We've seen, you know, the chat go nuts about. They finished 7th in season 1, so they weren't able to make it. And they made a big couple pickups. They had Mono and S Corp on the roster for season 1.
Yep.
Now, you know, they pick up Ellie Sale, an absolute legend. They pick up Capozino as well, another player for them. So they made a good couple swaps here to try and make things happen. And sometimes it takes a while for that gel to happen. You know what I'm saying? To get that synergy going. They've already had 3 matches here so far. So the excuses are gone. You know, after here in this Erangel, you got to be able to start clutching things up.
Yeah, I mean, I think indecisiveness is what we're both going with. We gotta see a little bit. We gotta be a little bit more decisive in regards to everything going on.
Yes, sir, indeed. I am ready. And here we go, guys. The match has begun. Match number 4 here for the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe 2025 season 2. We're going into the fall here, guys. Remember, once we get to the finals, we're gonna see 4 teams move on to the Super League here. So a lot is on the line. Another northern playing path. My eyes though, here 7. Rozhawk, baby. Let's go.
Damn right. That's what I'm gonna be looking at too. I want to start gonna be going towards Rozhawk. If anybody is gonna maybe end up hot dropping once again, or if they learned their lesson. I just not going for that. You know, some people actually end up learning the lesson. Shout out to Maxman. He knows that he cannot predict anybody. He's currently in the chat waving. Max, who's winning? I'm just kidding, Max. I'm just joking, joshing around because, I think we might actually end up getting another hot drop there in Rozhawk Jukes. They don't have a
That's what I'm talking
spot?
about.
No shot, brother.
I thought just the Americans were stubborn. You know what I'm saying? But it's universal, baby. You have that drop spot. You're saying, I'm taking it no matter what. So we're running it back. We're running it back inside of Rozhawk. The place with so much loot. That is the best place to share. And I am being sarcastic, folks. It is a tough location. Let's see who's going to end up winning it, though. Raven on the move. Northern play zone, too.
I mean, and remember earlier, it was SHC that ended up winning this, and it kind of propelled them to just being able to get a lot of eliminations within that first match. If I remember right, SHC ended up with like 9 elims and just 1 placement points. But hey, that's fine. That's fine. As long as you get points, as long as you maybe are able to even meet 10 points a match, that's what you want to see. Raven, a little bit faster to react here too. SHC was the one that was split out earlier. Now Raven are the ones that are kind of pretty much surrounding the area here, especially with the way that SHC was able to land. SHC landing more split up between the actual road, having 2 and 2 on each side. Actually, maybe even more. Yeah, man, SHC is just so split afar. Holy crap.
Playing it carefully, and I can't blame them. This is those championship rounds, like for real. These are the last 2 games, and then this is the halfway point for so many of these teams. And we're going to see Group B play again tomorrow. And they're going to have to just sit on the last day and watch and hope and pray that they did enough in the first 2 days to get them into the finals. So let's see Skip zone. I'm going to say this is very bad, guys. This is not good. I mean, they are taking way too much time. You want to be looting up. You want to get moving. And this is why we talk about you want to avoid sharing locations, because when you got 2 hard-headed squads that are looking to eliminate each other, it slows things down so much. It puts you so far behind in this game.
That's right. Make a way. trying to make a way there towards the top. Everybody else, hey, nobody. 3 minutes in so far, Jukes. Nobody has died. I hold on. Let me pinch myself. Yep. Okay. I'm not dreaming. It's not a dream. And now Makeaway. I think Makeaway was one of those teams earlier that they did this exact same drop and they try to push out. Now it's gonna be a lot harder because the Noisy Boys have been able to readjust. Look at the Noisy Boys getting all those angles. There you go. Musaro being able to find one, gets the first elimination, and Disoni is gonna be sent back to the lobby. And now, if you are Makeaway, you're kind of scratching your head saying, okay, well, we're not gonna be able to just willy-nilly get out of this one. We're actually gonna have to fight through.
Dude, it's been so long since I've seen somebody actually take this tower. And I mean a hot minute. That is such a difficult place to hold. Like, sure, you have so many sight lines, but you actually really don't. There's only so many different places you can shoot from. Oh, look at over here, though. Lucy, back at it. Getting some shots off. He's got the DBS, though. Bam! Free fires, but it's not going to hit the mark. Shots going on all over the place. We got a battle in Rozhawk here up top. Raven Gaming. They do end up losing Lucifer.
Oh, this nade. Oh, this nade by Dennis.
It looks good. Dennis. Oh, he threw it in the window instead.
He went to the second floor. Meanwhile, now Amar, Bisk, still alive. Kraken's going to be knocked. Actually, impressive out of SHC. I got to give him some props because this team, remember, they were just so split that they were able to actually close the gap. And if they're able to somehow pick up Blairow, that's going to be even more massive. Amar, you gotta make a decision here with this nade. I think you might be able to connect. You're doubting it so much.
I'm so shocked he is. You gotta throw it at that edge. There it is.
Too late.
Too late. They're going for the res. No way.
They're getting the pick.
No, they got him. Bisk.
Okay.
The big biscuit over here. Holding that angle on the roof. No helmet. Vest lit up like crazy. Raven Gaming are definitely on the back foot.
Yeah, and
hey, there's SSE.
Yep. Getting something going their way. Oh, Capuzino. Be careful, though. BRBA has been shown to actually put up a good performance. At least we saw it earlier in Miramar. Raven, Bisk, looking around. Is now starting to be a 2 versus 3. And SH, look at Arion trying to get the angle here. Trying to be sneaky. Hoping that he doesn't get caught, though. He's got to be real careful. At this point, you're telling your teammates, hey, I need a distraction, boys. I'm currently finding myself in a pickle here. I'm trying to get that off angle, but it ain't working out.
I'm also telling my teammates, why did we hot drop?
Ooh, hey, look. SSE getting even more. There you go. You were asking for it, Jukes. They're starting to get at least something going their way.
Split looting, though, is punishing him. These guys, he's all by himself. Trying to get a knock with a nade. Here comes his teammate, finally. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Possibly even a 2v3 from the outliers. Oh. Crazy play.
That's what I want to know. Oh, no.
S-Corp. Takes the wrong spot.
With that low health, too, he decides to get that close to that squad. Now, BRBA Esports is going to be making the jump. They're going to be able to spot Cappuccino. Come on, do a quick 180. He's going to be able to do it. And he clutches a star. Send them back to the lobby. You didn't have to do him that dirty. Damn.
The jumping 180. Shutting them down. And that is SSE down to a single player. They're only going to have one game to make things happen. Man, they got to have a crazy Miramar and a crazy day tomorrow if they want to make it into the finals.
Yeah. It's looking less likely right now with the way this team's performing. Gonna have one more match before we head into tomorrow. The last 5 matches for this squad. A lot is gonna have to change. And the crazy part too is that, I mean, if I remember right, they're in the same squad, in the same group as Kodiak. And Kodiak has been performing today, so you know if that team continues on that way, they're going to be sponging up a lot of points. Not what you want to have. Not what you want to have. The top dog still in your group and being in all your matches. That is just not a situation that SSC wanted to find themselves in. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans are going to be like, oh, what's going on here, boys? What are we doing? Meanwhile, the Noisy boys trying to create some even more noise. They're currently in 6th place, 20 points. They got 2 eliminations going their way. Kensor says, move out of the way. I'm going in. This zone is starting to tick, and we need to make sure we clear everybody up. The grenade's going to be getting clocked. Is he going to be able to connect with it? Nope. But here comes the push. Look at the way that they're sandwiching this player, making the right choice. Decides to jump off, and now Gaba trying to see if he can maybe get an off angle on somebody that's getting a little bit too greedy and trying to pursue that player from MW. Spectra.
This is a really tough fight. This is a really, really tough fight. Noisy boys, honestly, I can tell they want to dip. Oh, he catches the angle. He sees him. You cannot jump the window. Yep. Here comes the rest of the team. Great work there. Nice sandwich play.
Oh, Raven got eliminated too.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Talk about losing your hot drops. They lost back-to-back. They saved face a little bit because they did end up eliminating Blaireau. But even that one, Jukes, like there was a second where we really thought that Blaireau was going to get picked up again. That is not the case though. SHC winning the hot drop once again. Mano, the last player standing here from Star Soldiers Epic. And boy, you're gonna have to just channel your best Nabuni cosplay from Nexus Gaming and hope that you stay alive until the end.
Mano a mano. Let's see what he can do. All by his lonesome here. Near Yaz. Crazy game so far.
Looking.
49 players left.
So the way it's looking, it's gonna be like Mano versus Manos, because it ain't gonna be just going up against a 1v1. That boy's gonna be in a bad spot.
Dude, this is so crazy. I mean, there's still a lot of players on the bottom of the leaderboard still up, right? And this is a good chance for them to really make something happen here in this game, and they really need to. Especially all the teams at the bottom, like Strong Boys, because they're in Group B, right? Yeah, so they're in Group B. They need to have a game here and in the next one if they want to have any confidence going into tomorrow. Because, I mean, if you were to tell me, like, hey, Jukes, what do you think the worst start to a tournament is possible? And that's burning all of your bad games in day one.
Wait.
You know
Jukes,
what I'm saying?
Let me ask you. Jukes, what do you think would be the worst possible start to your tournament?
Oh, worst possible start to the tournament is you only have so many bad games, right, that you're allotted. Burning every single one in the first few games. That means that you have to perform absolutely your mind out in every game going since. And then on top of that, you have the top team in the lobby going against you as well, right? And that's exactly what's happening for teams like SSC, Strong Boys. They're going to have a rough go at it here. So they've already burned all of their freebie games. They have to go crazy and put points on the board every single game here going forward.
I mean, look at Notorious too, currently sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. All those 3 teams with 7 points apiece. I mean, this could be the game. They're gonna have to make this the game, at least for one of those teams there towards the bottom. Clutch up as many points as you can. We got a chance to see the circle there. Nexus Gaming. Hey, they switched it up. They said, you know what, Nabuni? Oh, yeah, I'm making this up. Okay. I don't know if they actually told Nabuni this, but they were like, we're gonna wait for you. You tell us where to go camp, and we're gonna do exactly just that. As Flavius is currently getting followed.
And they're headed to the center of the zone, looking pretty. And look at this, even Kodiak playing it very quiet. They did end up getting 1 elimination they picked off. Now they do end up seeing a player here. Are they going to go for this fight? That'd be crazy. Oh, so much open space, and they are going for the action. Oh, and I think they because they realize that these players are out of position, and they are.
Way out of position. I mean, look how far away 6 is from this squad as well. And this is veteran players too. I mean, 6 Hunter. These are players that have been playing PUBG Mobile for a long time too, but getting caught there with their pants down as Kodiak is just looking to punish them, and they're doing just that. Me model now gonna be switching over to the shotgun, gonna be going in, but guess what? It's not gonna be just one, it's gonna be 3 players. But Kodiak coming in, me model ends up getting knocked. This could end up backfiring. There you go. Shin gets knocked. It's quick, little easy pick up there. This is why it's so beautiful when you wait for your squad, because they're always gonna be there for the trade.
Dude, Kodiak taking advantage right there. I mean, 4 eliminations. This is what we're talking about, that fatigue, right? It happens during these last 2 games. And I think that's exactly what we saw. It's just like some players who are very veteran. They know what they're doing, but just caught slipping. Just like, hey, you know what? It's all wide open. We don't have to stick together right now. Let's just kind of split loot a little. Kodiak rolls up on them, and then boom, just like that, almost their entire team's gone.
That's right. And I mean, we've been talking about it. If you end up being at the bottom of the leaderboard, these teams are going to end up catching up on that, and they're going to be looking to make you, to just punish you. And Kodiak doing just that. I think they were able to maybe realize that that team was in a bad position, caught them just in a bad split as well. Now 6 is going to be the last one standing from this squad. And I mean, 6 right now, honestly, you gotta find a way to just stay alive. You gotta find a way to just get towards the middle of the circle, hope that you end up getting blessed. So we're gonna be switching over here to BRBA, team that's currently sitting in 7th place, 3 LMs so far this match, 20 points total. Looking at SHC, and SHC, you were able to give me 9 eliminations earlier. Can you do it again? Can you make it happen again here in Erangel, please? Maybe we went with the win.
Let's go.
Because if not,
hey, there's the zone.
Oh, brother, look at Kodiak. Look how much room they have to work with. They can let all of these teams just push up, fight it out, wait for the right time, and then Kodiak can literally just go and start third party. Meanwhile, 6 is making that McLaren go off-road. If you didn't think it was possible, guess what? He's making it possible.
Here we go. Mono all by himself. Gonna have to make a play here. He should be playing this very quietly, to be honest. Like, he does not want to be able to catch or give away his position at all. So he's got to play it very careful. Now, if you have a freebie elimination, maybe take it, but your chances of survival the second you shoot are going to go down to the floor. So yeah, just keep an eye on that backside. Try to get as much information as you possibly can.
That's right. Mono moving around, waiting. He's like, we also need points. 6 is like, I also need points. Look at him. He has a nade ready, just in case somebody, just in case he hears anybody else getting closer. That nade is ready. Numb finding themselves not in a good position here. 3 players are going to be knocked. Going to be Mel the last. This is a team that's usually able to find themselves in a good positioning. And wait, nobody else is going to capitalize on this? They're not going to just keep pushing him? Okay, there you go. Strike still alive. He's in a vehicle too. Okay, I thought it was just Mel there for a split second. Meanwhile, Nexus, I think I saw a player out in the open too. Nets gets eliminated. Mel, Nabuni, out of all the people, is being able to find Numb. Mel sends him back to the lobby too. At least not yet, but at least he's starting the process. He knocked him.
Let's go. Flicky trying to hit some shots from downtown. Not able to get the knock. He's in the zone, though. He's in the blue zone, so he's going to get moving. Numb get caught out. So those crazy rotations we were talking about get punished here. And now Blaze trying to make some shots all the way from downtown onto Kodiak. Lost. Getting another elimination. Man, I'll tell you what, Kodiak, when these guys get going, they are dangerous. 5 eliminations so far. Looking strong.
Yeah, luckily for the rest of the squad, one of their players did end up getting eliminated. So now they don't have to worry about the full roster of Kodiak. Which, I mean, they might... Wait, hold on. Why does it show? Okay, there you go. Me model. Me model's the one that was knocked. But even then, me model has been able to put up points for this roster throughout the whole day. +7 gets his heals back up. He's going to be looting some more, making sure he picks up as much stuff. Oh my gosh, 556. Everything. That boy took everything. He doesn't want to end up running out of that ammo, as we saw some of the squads earlier on in Miramar, Jukes.
Yeah, look at Lost on the move. Shifty. Getting things ready here. Strong boys. Finally got some eliminations here in that Sanhok. They're still at the bottom of the leaderboards with only 7, but they have their whole team up. A pretty solid position in this circle. they could definitely start to make things happen. But honestly, from where they're at right now, 7, they really need that zone to just start locking onto them, because they're gonna have a tough time leaving it if the circle does shift away.
That's right. I think right now they just gotta figure out, are we gonna be playing for the win, or are we gonna be playing just to get even more eliminations? I'm looking at Kodiak. 7 elims. I mean, this is what I was talking about. They're just gonna be waiting for everybody else to close up. And right now, with the way that this team is positioned within the leaderboard, they're able to afford this, Dukes. They don't necessarily have to get the win. At this point, you just have to keep on getting those points. Get an average of about 10 points. Guess what? Nothing's going to happen to you. But Mano, looking to get these eliminations. This could be big for SSE. We've seen it in the past, Jukes, where it could come down just to 1 point.
It has so many times. We've seen so many teams not be able to make it onto the next stage just because of one singular point. And right now, Star Soldiers have had a really rough day so far. So Mono really needs to kind of put his team on his back here and just get some crazy eliminations. Oh, Kodiak, though, rolling up right behind him. I think 20 even noticed this. Yeah, this is not a team to just let some free elimination slide. They're hopping out the vehicle. Sticks gets deleted. Goodbye. And now Mono is in big trouble.
Oh my gosh, Kodiak. What are you doing? I was expecting a push, but I was not expecting that decisive of a push. I absolutely love it from them. They did so much scouting on that area that they realized, okay, this is either open or just one player is going to be chilling there, and they were able to spot him and take care of him. SSE, Mano, you've been on him. He's still alive, but right now he's not going to be able to look at anything. But meanwhile, Strong Boys currently sitting at 0 eliminations. At least gets a knock here. Looking to get more elims. Gets another knock for Stefan, but the nades are going to be coming in and bounce in. Is he going to get away? He does just in time.
He ate that nade and spit it out. It was right in front of him for so long, and he said, I'm out of here. I don't even want to be in this tower anymore after that close call. And here comes Mono by himself. He knows Kodiak is to his back, so he's just focused right here, trying to get all these eliminations. He needs them. I think he might get them.
Pick him up. Yes.
That's 2.
You got both of them. He's
turning
both
around.
Of them.
He's barking up the wrong tree. He's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I mean a nade though. A nade, double nade. How many nades you got? Oh, you only got 1 nade. Save that thing. Don't waste it just yet.
That's the worst place to be. That's like the most nadeable place. Mono is putting himself in a very dangerous spot. Oh, but the laydown lost. Gets caught and thirsted immediately. So Mono clutching up another elimination. And oh, finally to his back. He's got to make a play here.
Now he's gonna have to switch. Look at this. He has no more heals.
He
this
got
is
him.
just what he's gonna have to fight with, and he didn't. He's up to 5 elims. They needed somebody to step up, and guess what? Mano is doing just that for this squad. And Kodiak might have thought that this was gonna be easy, but Mano has another idea. And Mano, you gotta find a way to get some extra loot here. You gotta find a way to get some extra heals your way. As 20 trying to fight some shots there on RS. Okay, is this gonna hit? He's so low too. Oh,
got
the bounce. They got the lucky bounce, Jukes.
Man, I'll tell you what, though. Mono, with a performance like that, that could have been just good enough to get that spark going inside of the squad, get them hyped up. And they're going to need to, because they've had a really rough day here. They're in 10th place with 15 points. Can they make it back in the last match of the day? But it's Kodiak. 10 eliminations so far. 2 players up. And now they're going to be going up against RS here. They are outside of the circle, so this is a tough position for them. They got to start pushing here sooner than later. Meanwhile, you got Skip on the other side. Starting to share some loot. Big chillin'. They're in a good position for the zone.
The way Kodiak up to 10 elims. Again, making it back-to-back. This team is going to be scary coming into tomorrow, especially when Group C shows up as well. Also, that vehicle skin right in front of Fat John just always makes me laugh, man. It looks like a sumo wrestler. I know it's from, I think it's from Attack with Titans, if I'm not mistaken, when we had that collab. But boy, that's a hell of a skin.
It is.
20 trying to find a way out of here. Blaze keeping an eye on them. The Noisy Boys are on. Currently gonna be going up against Fita. And you have enough heals?
Kama Sutra's on the move.
He didn't even cook that. Yeah.
Seven's favorite book. Let's see if he can make a push, and he does. Great teamwork there.
Making it look easy. 20 for the squad for Kodiak. Now it's starting to move around. It is going to be tough here because Strong Boys also knows that that squad was there. Kodiak took care of Stefan earlier from some boys, and they're looking to just get a little bit of a revenge here. RS moving around. Right, Just Fox getting knocked as well. And here we go. Move around even more. We're down to 6 squads. And boy, with this loadout, I honestly don't know. I need to see the map. I need to see who's going to be sitting what. Because we don't have that map feed. So I don't even know what's everything going on. And I'm surprised that Kodiak even survived that long out in the open as they just get picked apart by RS.
Andre now on the other side of things. The Strong Boys trying to make something happen. They're all the way in 14th place. Trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. Remember, they're going to be playing tomorrow. So they need to get crazy points since they're not going to be playing on the final day of the semifinals. PRBA are now eliminated. TGM are still in the show here. But all eyes are on these teams at the bottom. 4 squads remaining. 12 players. Who is going to win it? Skip now starting to get active. Oh, making the big push here to the building.
And he better hope it's not going to be just by himself. It's actually not going to be just him. Strong Boys, a squad that you wanted to see them step it up. Hot Jukes, they are stepping it up. They're going to be securing at least the top 4, but this is not just what they want. They want to be able to secure some eliminations as well. Now we're going to be switching over to Stone. SH now getting one knock there. They know that there's just one more and just easy pickings for this squad for SHC as they just take full control of this compound and make it to a top 3 situation. That buggy ain't going to be moving anytime soon. There you go. Switch it up. RS still has all their 4 players alive.
They're the only team with the full squad up. And they're chilling here on the south side of the zone. Let's see what Reapers Esports can make happen. Yeah, they're just trying to take up as much space as possible. Nobody's playing this super aggressive, though. Everybody's just taking their time, kind of waiting for the zone to make the play for them. That's where things can start to get dangerous. If you're a team like the Reapers and you have so much real estate right here, what you want to do is apply so much pressure that everybody else feel like they can't even move.
Oh, if Reapers can find an opening here, thinking about throwing that Molotov, secure
I think he got
area in a win. Did he hit it?
He's lit. He's so lit. Bad John.
Oh, he barely survives.
Survives the trial by fire there.
Yep, that could be a little bit of false information because now he might think that there's nobody there. And if that player stays right there for SHC, that could be an opening against Reapers. But Reapers now starting to focus on what was going on there. They're starting to pick them apart. And if I'm SHC, yeah, try to climb on that roof. See if you can maybe find some angles on all this fight going on and find the right time to possibly third party. As Reapers are just taking over. Strong Boys has no chance here. Nates are coming in. Just one last player standing.
Blaze on a tear right now. I was talking about that aggressive team. It looks like Reapers have now got activated. They are dominating this lobby, taking each player one out of pizza. Getting a knock onto Dennis. Kama Sutra does get knocked, though. That could make things a little bit interesting here. Fat John's got to make a play on that monster truck, but you got to watch out for that buggy.
That buggy, that boy turned around. It's a full-on buggy coming his way, full speed. You ain't gonna get enough time to just react to that. SHC trying to see if they can somehow save this, but right now with the way Reapers are playing, I doubt it. The nades are currently cooking. They're gonna be coming in now. They're gonna have the information of where that player is gonna be at. There you go. There goes one knock, but Erion being able to knock one in, more than likely he's gonna secure that extra point. SHC now up to 9 eliminations. Here comes the push. He's gonna get another knock. Get back into the house, but not enough. The Reapers get the win as they're able to get him back into the house.
That was so close. I was shocked. I was like, I was like, as soon as he went out the building, I was like, he's done for. But he gets the knock and he barely just breaks the threshold of that door and gets taken out right in the back. What a crazy play, though. I'm so shocked that Reapers gave them that 1v1 opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And it just goes to show, even though there's only one player, you got 3 up. Even at PMCO, you could not make that mistake. One little slip up could cost you the whole game.
This was a fun game. Out of all the matches we have had today, I feel like this one was definitely my favorite. Just from the little silly situations that we had, turn it around, all you see is just a full-on buggy coming your way. And on top of that, that finish right there too with SHC, it looked like he was gonna be able to just get in time, Jukes, to go and just recover, heal up, make it a 1v1, which would have been quite stressful for Reapers. But Reaper says, no. I'm just gonna shoot at this door, boy. I know you're gonna be going there. Get out of here.
Beautifully done. Reaper's able to clutch it up there at the last second. But I'll tell you, man, that was a little bit too close for comfort for me. But I'll tell you, it's good that they learned that lesson, though, right? It didn't punish them. But I'll tell you what, Reapers after this are going to be like, yeah, we're not messing around no more. Let's make sure we work as a unit to take out that last player. Because, yeah, that one was a little bit too close for comfort. Still, we did see some great teams be able to put up some points on the board here, right? We saw Kodiak continue on that dominance, but it's Reaper's Blaze that gets the MVP here for match number 4. Only one more left to go here, 7.
That's right. Blaze with the 5 LMs right there, 829 damage. And damn, you're right. It is just one match left. I felt like, where's it? Okay, first match done. Going into the Miramar. Jukes, we're almost halfway done through the day. Boy, we sped through this. They say time passes by quick. Jesus, this has been fun, man, and we haven't even had to take that many breaks.
Yep, I mean, no breaks needed, baby. Just straight into that game. We get all the time we want to be able to talk about what happened, what could happen. I just know one thing for Group B, all the teams that are here, it is time. It's time. I mean, you got to show up here in this last game because tomorrow, Group B versus Group C. The final day, it's got to be Group A versus Group C, right? So Group A are going to have the advantage of being able to, know exactly how many points they need to make it past. But Group B are not going to have that luxury. Let's take a look here at the match ranking. Reapers Esports on top with 19. Skip gets 15. And Kodiak, even though they only got 2 placement points, 10 eliminations. I'm going to call it right here, 7. With that performance, I think these guys are going to the finals for sure.
Oh, yeah. 100%. I'll be shocked. Okay, we'll have to see some insane performances from some of these other teams if Kodiak doesn't end up making it. And I mean, this is all they have to do right now. Kodiak, you just have to start fragging out. You just got to start doing your thing, because now you put yourself in a position that you can maybe, even though it is the first, you gotta cut it out, baby. You can maybe start being a little bit of a pain in the butt to some of these other teams that are struggling.
That's why you don't the boxes of the top teams. That's for sure. That is one team you do not want to frustrate. As we take a look here at the overall rankings, 58 total points on the side of Kodiak. Yeah, these guys are feeling good for sure. But you got Skip Zone now all the way up to 2nd place. Numb falling off here, 7. 28 points. They were in 2nd here after game, I believe, number 2. And then now in game 4, they are knocked back down. Reapers rocket launched themselves up with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, we're praising them in regards to what they end up doing, especially for Numb. I'm talking about them, what they end up doing in regards to positioning, what they were able to do in the first Erangel and in the second Miramar. It's kind of fell off. We even saw it earlier in this past match. We saw them being out of position and they were just getting picked apart. And for a team, honestly, that doesn't seem as aggressive, right, as what Kodiak has been able to do, it is scary, because you don't want to be that team that's known for only being able to have to find a position and defend it and not being able to adjust in the fly of what you're able to do. You'll just end up going down that leaderboard very quickly. And for some of the other squads, I mean, Strong Boys, you're able to secure a top 3 situation and you're still in 12th place with just 14 points. That is, I mean, that is hard to see, because usually when we see a team into the top 3, if they're able to back it up with LMs, they're able to jump up big time in this leaderboard, and they really weren't able to do that. Let's see. Let me actually look. Last match, they started in 14th place with 7 points. They were able to double their points, but I was expecting even more out of them, Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, well, in the first, what was it, like 3 games? They only had 2. So, and yeah, Strong Boys and everybody else in Group B need to start popping off here, guys. One more match left to go. We're going to be right back after this break.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a start.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember. I'm bringing the static. She sees the word, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe. Season number 2, baby. We're in the semifinals. Last game coming up right here, right now. Remember, we got Group A versus Group B. Tomorrow, Group B versus Group C. So it's going to be a crazy thing to watch here, Seven. I think especially for those Group B teams, they're in the hot seat here.
Yes. And we're not talking
It's
about
hot.
Kodiak, okay? Kodiak is chilling. Kodiak is already everything. They're going to the finals, baby. They're pretty much set. They got nothing else to worry about. But we're thinking about some of the other squads that are definitely struggling. And in case you missed the overall, let me break it down to you. 16th place, Notorious, 7 points. 6 of those points coming from eliminations. 15th place, Penguin Esports, 8 points. 7 of those coming from eliminations. Drunk Knights, 14th place, 13 points. 12 of those coming from eliminations. You can see a pattern there towards the bottom. Those 3 teams, I'm just telling you, Jukes, if they can somehow find a way into the late game, into a top 5 or anything like that, boy, oh boy, I think they would be able to get those elims. They showcased it already that they could definitely get those elims. Just they need to start getting into those late game situations.
Yeah, just avoid those early game fights. That's what I'm telling you. Just by the pattern from what I've seen here, you know, those teams that get in those early engagements, boom, they actually look like they're doing good in that fight. But then the third party, they lose 1 player, they lose 2, and then they just get picked off apart little by little here. So that's what I'm saying. Like, honestly, if you're one of these IGLs, you should really want to tell your teammates, guys, let's avoid even shooting a shot until zone 5. Like, let's just try to play as carefully as we possibly can, avoid engagements, because we're seeing it. Like, how many open spaces are we seeing, Seven, in zone 5? Let's be real. If this was PMSL or a higher show, like, or a higher tournament, those spots are gone, like, without a shadow of a doubt. But we're not there yet, right? We're in PMCO. You got a lot of open space. Take them, secure those good locations, and make those obvious plays. I mean, don't put yourself in a tough spot. I mean, that's my thoughts. What do you think?
No, I'm with you. I think for some of these teams, especially the teams that are in Group B that are going to get a chance to play tomorrow that are struggling, like some of the teams, I'm not going to name them again. I literally just named them. But if you are one of those teams, just please make sure that you take the time to go back and just see and review the footage of what happened. I doubt that you're going to get a chance to see what happened via the map feed because we don't even have the map feed. So, yeah, hopefully you'll get a chance to see how some of the other teams were reacting, what happened in certain situations. Whenever we do end up showing the map in this broadcast, you can see, okay, this is how these teams are currently being set up, especially when we go back at the previous Miramar. Remember, I can't remember at the top of my head which team it was, but there was a team that just had the high zone fully controlled. I mean, if you're able to notice that, if it does become a pattern, especially now that we're going to have another Miramar coming here into the last match of the day, you're going to be able to pick that up and you should be able to readjust, especially because you have to, especially because you're at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard thing to do. That's for sure. This is where you really need that one hype man of a player. It's so important in the squad to have somebody there that could just talk to you guys and just be like, hey, we got to shake. We've had a rough games, but we got to go into this vigilantly and play it out. And honestly, the big super squad with Eliseo, the Star Soldiers, we need to see you guys wake up here in this last game, man. Come on. You know, if they could get towards the late game and play together, because we haven't seen it all day long, right, Seven? Even in Sanhok, when they get a knock, they already lost Eliseo, so they just all take off, and it hurts to watch. Hopefully here in this last Miramar match, we can finally see them, you know, firing at all cylinders.
I want to see Eliseo, period. For everybody currently watching, you guys have been hyping them up. You guys have been saying all days. I've been kind of keeping a closer eye on them. Eliseo has been nowhere to be found. Whenever we do end up going towards that squad, he's always dead. So, yeah, I want to see a little bit more out of him. I want to see what everybody in the chat is hyping him up for. And hopefully he doesn't have a bald head like Maxman, because then he could end up just blinding everybody in his path, baby. I was thinking about getting the Maxman haircut, and this man legit said bald ? In the chat. And now I was like, brother, never mind.
Never mind.
I still got. Oh,
let's go.
Yeah. I think I could rock it. Little Joe Rogan with the same height.
Take it to the bank, baby. Take it to the bank. Oh, my goodness here. Last game of the day. We got teams going crazy here. Kodiak, big chilling up top. Who's been the bigger surprise, you think, so far, though, Seven? You know, I know you got those leaderboards here, and we're starting to see some teams towards the end, you know, making some moves, right? Any other squad that's standing out to you in particular?
Numb. Honestly, I was really happy with what we saw out of Numb in the first 2 matches. And then now that they're getting caught off guard in regards to worried because of what I said earlier. I feel like they could end up becoming a team that can only play whenever they set themselves up. We've seen it happen in the past. Heck, one team that comes to mind when I think about teams that are able to do that for the longest time was Liquid from Americas. Team Liquid. They were always known for just being able to set themselves up. But after that, if they weren't set up, they just couldn't adjust to it. You don't want to be kind of one of those squads. The other squad that I am actually thinking about is BRBA. I want to see a little bit more in regards to placement points. This squad right now is sitting at 25 points. 21 of those points are from eliminations. Congratulations.
Wow.
You're being able to put up those elims. But I also want to see that you can win a game when you have to. But right now, I mean, they are positioned in a great way. How about you?
Honestly, I'm looking at Make Them Run. I think Make Them Run have shown some really good signs whenever they're kind of being able to play together as a unit. Their in-game fight style, I think, is really strong. Another team that I saw some signs of life from were Raven, right? Raven, I think when they really start focusing up, they can make something happen. But these early game hot drops and these early game fights are just plaguing them. That inconsistency is hard to watch from a team that I know that can fight for sure. So I think if we see a team like Raven in this last game, you know, like I've been talking about, just get to that late game, get to that zone 5 together, all 4 up. I think we could definitely see them put up some crazy eliminations for sure.
I think so too. I'm excited like for tomorrow. Now that we're going into the last match, I'm excited. BX brothers. That's one I feel like you and I are gonna be quite hype on. We're gonna be looking very closely in regards to what's gonna be happening for the first couple matches. I feel like the first 2 matches will definitely set the tone of what BX brothers is gonna be like. If they were watching the matches, what was going on, and all of that fun stuff, right? In regards to another team that I'm going to be looking at here besides BX Brothers that's going to be coming in tomorrow is KC Esports. KC Esports is also a squad that was able to already play in Season 1. And if I'm not mistaken, they were a squad that ended up in 11th place out of Season 1. They're not going to be a squad that wants to finish in 11th place again. They want to be a squad that's going to want to finish in the top 4, especially if they make it to the finals. So we need to see the first 2 games. I feel like we'll definitely set the tone, Jukes.
Yes, sir. You know what? That's going to set the tone. But let's set the tone here, baby. Last match of the day. Here we go. We're heading into Miramar. And we got a southern playing path going from left to right here. Let's see where this circle goes. Are we going to get a southern circle where no teams really have to move? Or we're going to see the Great Migration head up north?
Oh, look at this playing path. Remember, we've been getting north to south, south to north playing path. Now we get a west to east, baby. Gonna go all the way up to Impala. We saw Monte Nuevo earlier, Jukes. 3 teams were there. Was it? Yeah, it was 3 teams in Monte Nuevo. Are we gonna be getting 3 teams again? Some of these teams, SSE, don't hot drop. I feel like that needs to become a song. That needs to become a jingle. I might need to hit up Kalaris for a jingle for that one.
He is the jingle maker. That's for sure.
Jingle.
He's the Chris Jingle. That's what we call him. Let's see where the zone is gonna go. Numb dropping to the south here. All right, and good thing that there's not well, I guess Monte Nuevo is in drop path position. And I'm not shocked that we're seeing so many teams go towards it. But at the same time, I mean, I think we should have seen some of these squads just head to a different location. There's so many different areas here in Miramar to loot up. Honestly, even heading towards a vehicle wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh, Eastern Circle.
Damn.
All right. That's going to make things real interesting. Let's head to the water, baby. Let's go to the islands.
I like this, though. I like this because, remember, earlier in Monte Nuevo, when we had that crazy hot drop, those teams just, boy, they stalled out so long because the circles just kept being on them. Now the pressure is going to be on a little bit longer. I mean, a little bit faster. It's not going to be just 3 teams. It does look like it's going to be 2 teams instead. But it's going to have to be quick decision-making here. How long do you want to take on this fight? Even though the first circle doesn't end up getting that much damage from the blue zone, you don't want to put yourself at such a big disadvantage, especially with the circle being so shifted towards the east. What is that, like 50% water, maybe?
It's a crazy amount of water. I mean, if any team, every single team here should have a good idea of where these teams have been moving and what they've been moving like. And honestly, if I'm over there near Monte Nuevo right now, I'm like, yo, boys, we got to get out of here. Like, instantly. Like, I don't even want to even touch a fight. It's, of course, just make sure we loot, like, maybe 1 or 2 things, find a vehicle, and just dip. You don't want to get stalled behind here at all.
I'm just Reaper with a mummy skin right here. Man, I never got this skin. I'm salty. You know which skin I also didn't get?
What's that?
M4 Glacier, dude.
You never got the Glacier?
No, bro. I tried so long to that I just like, man, you know what? I got my little Godzilla. I'm happy.
Oh, the Godzilla one's great. The full M4 I love too. I got that Glacier one a long time ago before it was like super crazy. And I was like, oh, what's so hype about the skin? And I was like, yeah, you know what? That on hit effect. It's so nice.
I thought Panda had bad luck. Man, I got even worse luck.
But see, the good thing for you is that you have unlimited UC. So that's the benefit. You just don't want to push the button. That's what it is. You know what? No, it's because you're too gracious. You give away too much UC. That's what it is.
Hey, there you go. Actually, yo, thinking about it, I think I've given away way more UC than I ever spent UC in my account. That's for sure. I don't even know how much.
Really? That's awesome.
I gotta go back.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I
wouldn't doubt it. You've been giving away a UC for a hot minute.
Yeah. Like every single live stream I did, UC. You know what? Maybe though. Maybe I'll bring it back. If the finances.
You know what you need to bring back? You need to bring back the 7WG tournaments, bro. That's what you need to bring back.
Hey, yo, I'm lit arcade. Where you?
Yo, those were some of the most fun times ever. One thing that 7 did that I loved the most was you would hop in players' comms while they're fighting. Oh,
damn right.
Such memorable moments. Let's see what kind of memories are gonna be made here, though.
Something we definitely can't do in here because there'll be a lot of curse word. Oh wait, hold on. Nabooty, don't get caught up. Nabooty. Nexus? Wait, where's Nexus at?
Dude, Spectra's
okay, all right. I mean, they're a bit split. There you go. The other members are starting to come in. Oh, Spectra.
Hey, dude.
Spectra getting caught.
Like,
lays down though, just in time. And everybody else from NW is so far away too. I think Nexus realizes this, and they're wanting to make sure that they punish this player for being caught out in the open in a way, away from his squad.
I was saying, dude, Spectra's in a really terrible position. Oh, Nabuni has no idea where he is, though. Yeah, and he's in. Oh, the jump shot, though. Great teamwork. And that is Spectra down. I'm telling you, tough game for them. 13 eliminations, 13 points total, and down a player in the last game. Oof. That's a lot of 13. That's too many 13s for comfort. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, for real. Like usually I'm if you get one more, bro, that's a 7 multiplier right there. If you get one more point.
That's right.
It'll start going your way. 7's usually a lucky number. Meanwhile, Nexus just chilling, staying in the boot. We got 2 Willems. We got 22 points to our name. Wait, this. Hold on, actually, I gotta go back and look at this real quick. Oh yeah, Nexus is gonna be getting a chance to sit out tomorrow, so they get a chance to see how Group C is gonna be playing. They get a full little reset too here. Nexus might be looking good, and as I said that, he gets knocked. Damn it, I got the max.
Because he's in the chat. That's what it is.
I think so.
It ruminates. It spreads. DLV holding it down now. Let's see what Nexus can do. Zombie, oh, gets a couple little hit markers there. Very nice for him. Penguin. Let's see. Where are these guys at on the leaderboards? Yeah, they're 15th. Goodness gracious. They need a great game here. Yeah, not to mention, I mean, well, they are in Group A, so good for them, right? They're going to be able to play on the last day, but they've already burned through all of their... And dude, guess who? Guess who gets knocked? Not a good sign.
I love that on his reaction right there, dude. We're that. Oh, down 15. Goodness gracious. That's not good.
Not good.
It's not good at all. And what's not good is that they keep getting knocked right here as Nexus is just looking to find openings back and forth. They're just surrounding Penguin. And that's not where they want to be. It'll be a 1v1. Come on. Come on, Black. I'm just going to assume your name is Black, brother, because it's really close to it. I'm just going to assume that V is an upside down A. Getting a shot right there. There you go. They're going to be staying in 15th place. Heck, if anything, if Notorious decides to step it up, they might end up in 16th place. And yeah, that's goodness gracious indeed. Hot Jukes?
Yeah, and it's just tough because just looking at their play, they just look like a team that just doesn't have the synergy yet. You know, individually, they look great because, I mean, I think they do make some good moves when it comes to just fighting as like a solo player. But that's the thing, is that they're not playing as a 4-man team. They're just playing as 4 solos. You know what I'm saying? And at this level of play, it's just not going to work out. If you look at how Kodiak's been playing, they play together as a unit, man. It's like if one player gets knocked, it looks like the other 3 get enraged, you know? And that's what you really, really need at this level of play. But you know what? Hopefully it's something that they can adapt to and fix here in their day off.
Kodiak, I'm trying to remember. They still actually had a good performance in the second Miramar. I think they ended up even with the most points. If I remember right, they ended up with 13 eliminations, second place finish, where they almost ended up with a back-to-back win. I'm expecting Kodiak here to put up another good performance, Jukes, and just steal some of these points away from everybody else. And there you go. We get a chance to finally see the circle and what's happening. La Bendita still at play. Some of Los Leones is still at play. And Impala is definitely at play. TMB thought that they were going to be getting a PMGC circle. Them boys were ready to swim across. They were like, ain't nobody catching us. We're Michael Phelps, baby.
I'm telling you, take those spots early on. Look how much real estate is still available. That is crazy to watch. And they were already into stage 2. Like, usually by the end of, like, right when the circle pops, 10 seconds later, almost everything's taken. But right now, I mean, there's just teams slow on the rotation. Take advantage of it. Get there. You need to, especially for these teams at the bottom.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at SHC now. I mean, this team, I would like to see this team actually get a win, Jukes. I don't know how you feel about them, but they're in Group A. They've been able to put up good performances, right? They showcase that they can win hot drops back to back. Especially when we talk about Erangel, they've been able to adjust. The squad right now is sitting at 35 points. 25 of those points have been from eliminations. Obviously, Kodiak is in a league of their own right now with Ilms, as they have the most eliminations out of the lobby with 40. But for Chip Zone, oh please, show me what you're made out of. Get me a win here. We'll love to see it.
Yeah, they're at the tip of Los Leones here, so they're not at a terrible spot. They're still looting up, just trying to get as much util as possible towards the end game, which is very smart. Miramar is definitely a place where util comes into play more than anywhere else. Sanhok, you're gonna find that loot everywhere. But Miramar, if you get a good central position, you could run out of ammunition so quickly. This is the team I'm looking at though right now, Seven. The Star Soldiers. Super hyped up. Big names on the squad, and had a really rough day so far. Only 16 points. One good game here. A chicken dinner with double-digit eliminations puts them in the show. But they do not want to be on the back foot going into tomorrow here, Seven.
Moving around. Luckily for them, 4 players still alive. We'll see. Maybe this could be their game. And boy, what a situation it would be, right? If they actually are able to kind of save themselves, maintain some more extra points, and get themselves away from just the bottom of that leaderboard even more. Right now, they're in 11th place, but we'll see what's going to happen with that squad as we're going to be switching over here to BRBA. Shooting at the smokes. Seeing if they can maybe find anybody. And it's so far away that we don't even know who's there. We ain't got the map for you, baby. We don't know. We're going to have to blindly guess here, Jukes. Oh, it could be somebody there from Strum Boys. Nah, I think they just baited it.
That is just keeping an eye out there. Let's take a look here at the map. There we go. And the zone does shift on over to the east side, so it is going to be an Impala circle. Still tons of places wide open. The entire city of Impala is untouched.
Wait, dang it, that was too quick. I wanted to see a little bit more of which
I know, me too.
Hey, yo, production, can we see that map again, please?
Back to the map, please. Please, one more peek.
You know,
Just a little peek.
what if we ask nicely? Let me ask nicely in the production chat real quick. Can we please see the map again? I'm gonna hit him with the pretty please. There you go.
Dennis holding down that position. This is the calm before the storm, guys. This is that circle where you got to get that intel, figure things out. Yeah, there we go. The map, baby. Major
Right,
W
so
on the pretty please.
Yeah. It was that pretty please. Okay, you got Notorious. You got Corazon over there close to Impala. Numb. Ooh, Numb. You're gonna have to relocate. I'm not gonna lie. And then you got TGM.
One thing I'm not
there towards the
noticing
north.
is no one is doing the hard shift, or nobody's like just rotating to the hard shift side. Like even SHZ here, like with the zone like this shifting towards Impala, all you gotta do is just go north, hug the circle, and you have a free rotation. It's open 90% of the time, even in higher levels. You know, the hard shift side is the strat. No one's utilizing it here so far.
That one, and then also look at SSC there. I think they're gonna be caught there out in the open.
Maybe Raven?
Mano, though, a player that was able to show up big for them earlier, is not gonna be able to get caught now. TGM, that fighting there towards north. You can see it there towards the bottom left. We're gonna be switching over to it now. Molotovs are gonna be coming in. Kodiak looking to make sure that they stop TGM from even closing the gap towards them. No, don't switch. How dare you? Go back, brother. What?
I play. Oh, there he is. E-model.
Thank you.
Oh, that's it.
Oh,
TGM done for. Just like that. Goodbye.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
Puncher throwing out the C4. What?
Okay, Notorious. You are in dead last place. Puncher, please. I actually, honestly, dude, I thought this team was gonna do more.
It's tough.
They have veteran players too. I thought maybe they would be able to. I was not expecting them to be dead last. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
That was not in my bingo card for this type of players.
Even worse for them is
after day one.
Yeah. What's worse for them is they're in Group B, so they're playing tomorrow, and they're gonna have to just wait and watch on the final day. Let's see where this next zone goes.
Ooh.
Are we gonna get a central circle? Some crazy shift? Who knows?
Look at SHC. They're trying to figure out here if they maybe want to clear up Numb or just go back and forth. I think they're gonna go back. RS.
What's super dangerous is Kodiak.
Care. Yeah. That's the scary part. I mean, Kodiak's still alive. You know they're gonna be looking for more eliminations. They got all 4 players up, and now they're up to 4. Can they get up to 70 points or maybe even 69?
Max's favorite number. You know, it's getting pretty crazy because they're on the north side. They're gonna have so much real estate, full vision of the entire game. And I'll tell you what, Kodiak's that team when they kind of have their back against the wall and they only have to look forward. They are really tough to beat. Numb, we're talking about that team that, you know, pretty good, solid rotational pathing, but that their fighting has been the struggle. Like right now, this position for male is just not a solid one. It just only has one sight line, and with so much real estate, they really got to take advantage of getting as much intel as they possibly can.
And the thing with that area that they're in too, man, it's gonna be hard to get out, especially because I was saying that SHC was in a way surrounding them. They're gonna be keeping an eye on what's happening over there. Meanwhile, looking around, earlier 4 elims. You know what? Make it 5. And there you go, Puncher eliminating Notorious, dude. Oh man, 16 plays down there with PNG, MW trying to switch up. After 5 matches, this team's having single digits, not where they want to be, Hot Jukes.
Not at all. Here we go. We're starting to wrap things up here. Stage number 4. Minute 30 left on the clock. You better have your plans in place. I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. This is that point in the circle where you need to have an entire plan of what exactly to do when the circle shifts. The IGLs need to be commanding their team, saying, all right, if the zone goes here, we're going to go this way. If it goes over there, we're doing this. And if the zone stays here, shoot at everything that moves. That is the strategy. Reaper Esports doing a lot of moving right now. No one's going to push you at all, so you don't really have to worry. Right now, you just got to be planning.
I love that Peppa Port there for a chance. Got a chance to see the circle. He's like, PMGC circle. Yeah. By the way, we're 50-minute delay here, so we're read your guys' chats. You guys get to react to us 50 minutes delayed, so it's kind of funny seeing that. Hey, I was thinking the same thing, baby. I was thinking the same thing. And then Max says this will always be that PMGC circle for sure, Max. Anytime it goes towards those islands, that's where my brain goes to. I freaked out, bro, seeing that live. I think I lost my voice. I had to tell myself to stop screaming like it was my birthday or something. No, it was like Christmas Day and I got all my gifts because I was scared that I was going to lose my voice.
Dude, island circle finishes are so hype. As a matter of fact, we were going nuts here in Americas because it was the last Sanhok that we were going to see, right? Because obviously Rondo's coming into play. And I've been begging for a cave finish for years. And we actually got a glimpse of it. I'm not kidding, Seven. We got to see a cave finish towards the end. It was absolutely wild.
Was it like the last Sanhok?
The last Sanhok. And it didn't go full-fledged cave, but we touched it. And it was enough for me.
Just the tip.
Just the tip. Oh, and Raven feeling
Raven's
that.
not getting just the tip. They're getting everything here. As everybody's starting to come their way. The Noisy Boy's going to be coming in with the buggy. Barely able to miss him there. But they're going to be surrounding this player. Lucifer goes down. Now down to Amar. Amar's going to be able to get the pickup here. Going around. See if he can find somebody on the Noisy Boys. Aron just driving away. Saying, no. I'm too far away. Get out of here.
Amar taking off. Trying to go find a different location. But they're going to get blasted on their way over. Ooh, very difficult. Rotate here, super risky. They do end up halting it at the shack. And they're going to survive just a little bit longer. Meanwhile, let's look over at Numb. Numb, Godlike, going to have a good angle here towards the inside of the circle. Not able to get the knock, though.
Yeah, with the terrain for Numb here, it's so difficult to even try to get eliminations. But yeah, I think Godlike GTG now trying to figure out here where he's gonna end up going. NTR trying to find something here. BRBA there in the background. I love that we actually have like the icons of the players and the teams are in the horizon. Really love that.
Yeah.
That's actually a nice touch. SSE finding SHC. Okay. We didn't want to see more out of them. Eliseo, guess what? You had one elimination. Let's go, baby. Who've been asking for Jukes?
Take it to the bank. Here come the Star Soldiers. This is, I think, one of the first times we see them full squad up towards the end game. This could be a huge opportunity. Their back is against the wall. Nobody's behind them. No one's going to even think about rotating towards them because they're going to just absolutely explode if they try. Kodiak, top team in the lobby right now, though. 8 eliminations. These guys are crushing it. They got 4 up as well. That's dangerous. That's taking away all the eliminations from Star Soldiers, though. These guys got to start getting some elims sooner rather than later.
I mean, currently up to 2. Kodiak has just been consistent performance after consistent performance out of this squad, Jukes. Putting up the eliminations every single time. I think the only time we didn't see them put up the eliminations was in Sanhok. Because Sanhok, they ended up getting eliminated early on. Yeah, they ended up with a big old donut. But ever since then, they've been able to just be putting up elims over and over again. And they're doing it here as they're able to people from Reapers. But Reapers returning the favor. There you go. They're just going back and forth right now as Kodiak is up to 9.
And counting. They're not going to stop there. That's for sure. Make a way now eliminated. Tough tournament for them so far as they go out in 12th place. Kodiak, though, man, I'm telling you, these guys are locked in at this point. Getting the reses. They are outside of the circle, so they're going to have to push up on in. This is not an easy push, but with everybody distracted, they should be able to get moving here. Yeah, and look at that. They are going to be able to get to their teammates. Are they going to push all the way up, though? Yeah, T's not wasting any time. He's making the full send here on RS. Oh, my gosh, and he jumped in the vehicle. Free rotation for Kodiak. Where are you going? to the lobby.
Get over here. That's what
You're
he
going.
ended up saying. 11 eliminations for this squad. There you go. You have your number. Maximum 69 points, and they're not going to be staying there. They're going to be looking for even more than that. Man, oh man. This team is just something else, honestly. They're playing with confidence. They're playing like they got nothing to lose. They're playing like they are a team that is going to be going to the finals, Jukes.
Welcome to the finals at this point. Kodiak
For real.
going absolutely crazy. Skip on gets the knock there. Oh, but they're getting peppered from every location. Yeah, you can't throw the smoke. It's all over. That's SSE finally showing up. 6 eliminations for them. We talked about it. We're like, hey, Star Soldiers, where have you been all tournament long, all day long? And now they are finally showing up. They do end up having 2 players knocked, though. That is pretty dangerous. I don't know if he's going to be able to get those reses off or not.
Yeah, Numb right now. I mean, this is the thing with Numb. Like, positioning, they're able to get themselves here towards the late game, but they're just always a little bit too slow. It's a pattern here out of this team, Jukes. We mentioned it earlier. We thought it was maybe going to change up a little bit. We thought especially it was going to change up after they were able to put up a good performance earlier on. But for Numb right now, not looking like it. Earlier, they ended up with a win and 8 points, and I believe it was in Miramar as well. Oh, that is nasty. Okay, it was actually Kodiak that got that illim. But I think somebody else is going to steal. Oh, no, 20. 20 got the illim as well. 12 illims. What was it that they got earlier in the first match? 17, right?
17,
Man,
yeah.
they could
That's the record.
probably beat that this match.
It's totally possible. There's still plenty of eliminations on the board, and they're the only ones that are really playing aggressive. Everybody else has pretty much hit the floor and just kind of waiting for something to happen. Kodiak, though, they're taking this by the reins here, and they are making moves. Me Model with a nice shot, and Thirst make that 13 elimination. Kodiak are showing up, and without a helmet, too.
Absolute maniac. What an absolute maniac, man. I'll be so scared. I'll be laying down. And that's because I am, as much as I'm above average player, but boy, I would get absolutely destroyed in this lobby. In any lobby, honestly.
Kodiak going nuts, man. It's hard. Who's going to stop them at this point? Strong Boys, they are dead center, but they're a team that's just like, they're so low on the leaderboards that they are just trying to be able to put something on the board. So I don't blame them for playing this so safely. But at a certain point, you got to get active.
Yeah, I think they're looking for those placement points. I want to see Star Soldiers epic, though. 6 films right now, this match. It is going to be hard because of that position that they're currently in. Kodiak is going to be looking at them. On top of that, you got MTR and Strong Boys as well that could maybe find an angle on this roster. But for SSE, just try to secure as many points as possible.
Only one zone shift left. One zone shift left. It's most likely going to set her up here. That's what normally happens in stage 8. Kodiak realized that, so they're just going to be pushing up onto this building. One thing Kodiak has been having a huge advantage of is they almost get these free pushes every single time. That knock, that's the green flag, baby. They are on the move.
Numb now starting to make a bit of a move here. SSC is going to be going up against them. Kodiak, meanwhile, is just big brothering everybody, going around. No respect for nothing, and just clutching up this eliminations. They're up to 16, 17 being the mark that they set up earlier in the day. They're looking to get past that, but it's going to be a little bit harder as Me Model now ends up getting sent back to the lobby. Raven, Kraken, oh my goodness, Strike, what a great awareness there out of that player as he realizes somebody was close. Jump quick, uses the match going on and make sure he secures that illim.
Kodiak are on another level right now. They are just straight evicting players from their location. Strong Boys, I mean, playing it so safe, you know, and they just got deleted even with the strongest position in the circle. What I'm talking about, you can't just hurdle up. When you get the zone, you got to get active. Star Soldiers are trying to do just that. They're in a really tough spot. All they have is this hay bale, but that is better than nothing. That's for sure. Look at how Kodiak's moving, though, man. These guys are just ridiculous.
You and I were both admiring the same thing right there. This team is just set up. Oh my goodness. Luckily for everybody else, right now, they are only 3 players. Because with this positioning, they got nothing to worry about in posted back. They have SSC on their sides. On top of that, they got NTR on their sides as well. Could we possibly get another win here out of Kodiak? And guess what?
Oh
NTR,
my gosh.
you got caught out. GG's. Bye-bye. 17 elims. Tying what they were able to do in the first game.
They're going to break that record. It's going to happen. Yep. This looks like that's going to be the elimination right there to do it. Numb strike. This is it. This is it. Stage 8. The zone. Next zone is just going to close all the way to the center. And there is nothing wide out in the open. Kodiak have the rooftops. They have so much vision. They have the coverage. Who's going to stop him? Who's going to stop him?
Numb. Dude, Numb somehow securing themselves a top 4. Now, let's see if they can maybe secure some more eliminations. Because 3, not good enough for my liking. Their positioning is good, though. But, man, I want to see a little bit more elims from this
Crazy
roster.
spray.
As I say that, strike is stricken down, boy.
This
What
is
is
a
this?
crazy game. And I'll tell you what, Kodiak are looking pretty unstoppable. It's going to be up to Star Soldiers. Eliseo gone early. It's up to the other 3. It's going to go down to the last second of the game. I'm telling you that right now. This circle is just going to close all the way to the center. And it's going to be who can make the best shots on the edge of their zone.
Let's play it out. Let's let it season it. Let's let it marinate here. Is what's going to be happening with, I mean, with the next circle. Who's going to be positioned better here? SSC.
The zone's just going to close after this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. SSC a little bit closer towards the center. You have Kodiak, but Kodiak is so close to the edge that they might end up getting pushed out first. I'll be really happy to see how they react to this. And there you go. Numb.
Here we go.
Having to be one of the first to react. Oh, he's going to get picked apart there, though, because now he set up the buggy in a way that he's not going to be able to do much with it.
Oh, that was the worst time to get shot.
Lucky.
That was the worst time to get shot, though. Gets the first aid off. T starting to throw the smokes out. These guys just trying to get a more centralized position. They have the lay of the land, though. Kodiak has the full advantage going into this one. Everybody else in the lobby needs to shut this team down. They all have to work together at this point, and they can't. They're just getting picked apart one by one. It's SSC versus Kodiak. Ooh, huge knock. Star Soldiers have the hill. This could be their game.
I think this should be their game. I mean, with Kodiak right now, they've been able to make sure that they already eliminate one. Save those nades, though. Save those nades a little bit more until they get closer, as now they're starting to throw them. There you go. I mean, they're going to have to connect. You know that they're getting pushed out there by the blue. You know that Kodiak is not going to back down from this fight. They're going to want to continue on. They do have some cover going their way as well. They have some vehicles. Meanwhile, Kodiak just trying to find an opening here. It's a 3 versus 2. Star Soldiers without their star player that everybody's been talking about. Eliseo, and guess what? Mano gets knocked, making it a 2 versus 2. 20 now, cooking up the nades. And Escorp, what? SSC ends up losing this, and it's none other than Kodiak clutching it out with the win once again, racking up the elims. And is that 20?
That's crazy. That is so crazy. SSC looked like they had such a huge advantage with that little hill, but that zone just started to just creep up on them. And Kodiak, they moved up to that center position just a little bit earlier, and they took full advantage of it. What a crazy game. It is good, though, that we finally saw SSC make something happen, even though it wasn't the last game.
Hey, second place. They were able to get some elims, lots of elims, too. Talking about a team that step up. Sadly, it wasn't Eliseo. He did end up with at least one elimination for Eliseo. I'm hoping he goes back to the drawing board. He has been a player from this roster that keeps getting eliminated very, very early on every single match. And we were able to track that throughout the whole day. So I'm hoping that will be an adjustment that this team will be able to do.
Yeah, they're going to need to do it like really quickly, honestly. Like they are playing tomorrow, and they're going to have to put up so many points that nobody can pass them up in the final day. Let's take a look and see who the MVP was, though, for this match. Who is it gonna be? A Kodiak player, maybe?
Me model?
Which
Not
one?
Me model.
Which Kodiak player is it going to be? That's the question.
Not me, model.
It's going to be T.
Oh,
Yep, that makes sense. 8 eliminations, 970 damage. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm telling you what, Kodiak looking a cut above the rest here today.
damn, T. Damn,
That's the
Kodiak.
right word. Damn.
I was expecting like some good performances out of this squads. I was not expecting a squad of the likes of Kodiak that ended up in 4th place during season 1 of PMCO EEU to come out and then just big brother everybody, telling them just back down, chillax. We're right here. We wanted to make sure we set the tone for what's going to be happening in the finals. And honestly, as I told you earlier, Jukes, I'm hoping that this doesn't slow down. I'm hoping that they keep it going. Please keep it going.
Hey, Kodiak did their homework, baby. That's for sure. These guys showed up big time here. And that's what I love to see. I love to see teams that, you know, did good in the previous season come into the fall split and then just go nuts, right? Just really show that, hey, we came to play this tournament. And boy, did they. I mean, when it came to just their fight style, playing together as a unit, when you saw them take a good zone, we're like, oh my gosh, these guys are going to destroy everybody. And then they do, right? So
Yep.
Kodiak, they're going to be the team to watch going into tomorrow. And man, they could just take it easy. And that's the one thing that you talked about earlier, Seven, is that when you have so many points on the board and there's a particular team that you don't really care for, you could just say, hey, maybe we don't want to see you at PMSL because of where you dropped or whatever reason.
I mean, you got Kodiak in Group B, right? No, actually, hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. Yeah, you got Kodiak in Group B.
Yep.
You're going to have Notorious. Luckily for this squad, they're not going to have Nexus anymore. So Nexus, you're going to be out and lucky. You don't have to worry about Kodiak anymore. But then you're going to have some other big dogs coming in like BX Brothers, KC Esports. And with the way that this team set themselves up, and maybe we see tomorrow BX Brothers coming in and having a bad start of the day, which can honestly happening from what we've seen so far here at PMCO EEU Season 2. You're Kodiak, you're like, we got nothing to lose. We're already going to the finals, Jukes. Let's start maybe doing a little bit of
dangerous.
BM. Yep. Not hot drops, by the way. I don't want hot drops.
Yeah.
No hot drops.
That's true. That's true. But you're right. The BM's going to be in there big time. And it's going to be so much of a struggle for a team like Star Soldiers, to be honest, right? Because they are so far behind. They got to go crazy tomorrow. And it's going to be hard when you're going against an entire new lobby that's fresh, ready to go. And even worse, a team that's really ready to go in a squad like Kodiak, who are going to be soaking up eliminations like crazy. Like, we saw Star Soldiers have a great finish, but let's be real. If Kodiak went out early, they could have probably had maybe double the eliminations, right? So there's everything really is going against Star Soldiers at this point, but it's about adapting and overcoming. You got to make it happen, right?
That's true. That's true. I mean, you got to be able to adapt. Luckily, SSC being able to adapt there towards the last matches, being able to secure a second place finish, and then when we end up seeing like the overall, we're gonna have to see which other teams need to adapt in a big way. I think one I mentioned earlier, Notorious, you're in last place, you're at single digits after 5 matches. That's not gonna be good enough. And honestly, I guess tomorrow we'll figure out what's gonna be the actual cutoff mark. I was gonna try to be the John Allen of this broadcast and be like, okay, just gonna be this number. No bubble here. I can't do math. Chat, give me some numbers.
That is the bubble master. That's for sure. All right, it's gonna be interesting to see exactly just where that is, because that's the one thing that everybody if you're watching like a tournament like this for the first time, these leaderboards are really inaccurate on the sense of we have an entire group that hasn't played yet, right? So a team that's in 15th place, in reality, they could be like 23rd, 24th, you know? So it's going to be wild to see. Tomorrow, like I said, for everybody that's just coming on in, Group B, it will be their final semifinals. So their strategy is to put up so many points that Group A or Group C teams on the final day cannot pass them up. And for those teams in Group A and Group C, they're going to know exactly what they need to do, right, in order to be able to qualify or not. So, yeah, for teams, even like Kodiak, right, you got already a lot of points on the board, but you don't want to slow up just yet, because you can have a couple teams pop off in the final day, and then boom, just like that, your lead's gone.
Yeah, but I see in a situation like this, because I don't think there's a prize pool for semifinals. The prize pool comes when we actually end up getting into the finals, where we have not only just the prize pool, we also have the 4 slots, the top 4 that are going to be moving on to PMCO EU. So at this point, like Kodiak, you've been putting a good performance. Now could be the time to just double down on this, or maybe just mix it up a little bit, try something different. So if we do see a bit of a drop off from Kodiak tomorrow, I'm not going to be too much on them, unless it's like a crazy drop off, right? Then that'll be different. But if it's not that big of a drop off, if it's just them maybe trying out different stuff that from what we saw today, I'm okay with that. I'm definitely okay with that, especially with the way that this tournament is set up.
Yeah. I mean, with how it's going right now, I'm gonna be happy to see it. I mean, with what they've done so far, they should be able to make it into the finals, right? Let's be real, because it's gonna be really difficult for them to get knocked out at this point. At the same time, though, you want to make yourself a dominant force too, because if you're Kodiak, you want to make it known for every other team. Come grand finals time, where the money and the slots on the line, we're dropping here. Nobody even come near us. and that's what you set. That's the tone you set, right? So it's a big advantage to just go crazy in the semifinals.
Yeah, and imagine you are able to kind of have that aura around you saying, hey, that's Kodiak right there. Don't even think about going over there. And you know what? I don't know what we're waiting for. Production, give me some instructions here. What we're waiting for. I want to see that overall. I want to see where these teams are currently being set up on, because I want to see how big is the lead that Kodiak has been able to put up. Because going into the last match, I mean, they had a healthy lead. They had a lead of 23 points. Damn.
Woo. That's crazy. That's crazy. And you know it's going to extend after that last game. That's for sure. I also want to see the jump that SSE made, you know, because they were down and out for the most part today. And then in the final game, they showed up. And all it really does, it only takes one game, guys. It just takes one good game to kind of finally wake everybody up and get people going. So hopefully tomorrow they're like, hey, they use that momentum and make it happen.
The only part that sucks, right, is that you end up having a good game on the last game of day 1.
Yeah,
because you're not able to carry the momentum. Like, jokes aside, sometimes we joke about momentum and whatnot, but for the players, this is an actual thing. Like, sometimes big players rely on it massively, where they like, okay, we have a good game now. All right, like their whole, like, the way they're feeling, they start, now I warmed up. But you don't want to warm up when it's the last match of the day.
They have to take a whole day off. Right? Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know, and that's something that we don't really get a chance to talk about a lot, is like the mental side of being a player. There's some players that work well under pressure. Like, that are just like, hey, you know what? We had a bad game. Let's just shake it off and let's go. But I've been around a ton of players that have a bad match and they're just like, hands up, like, I'm out. I feel terrible.
Yeah.
I'm not going to play this match. As a matter of fact, I remember a story during a really big tournament, a player having so many bad games that they were just like, I'm sitting. I'm not even playing the rest of the tournament. And I was like, you know who he is. You know who he is.
How long ago was it? How long ago was it? Tell me years.
Not long. He did play with a good friend of mine, that started with a Z.
Oh, wait, message it to me. I won't say it out loud. Now I'm intrigued. Now Spencer's killing me.
And it was a wild thing to happen. And I'll tell you what. But hey,
I knew it.
Hey, players still playing today. You know, he's still playing today. He's still making things happen, and that's what it's all about. Is, you know what? Sometimes experiencing that loss to be like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna make it happen the next time. As a matter of fact, you know, just talking about this, since we have some time here, whenever we get the overalls, we're showing them, guys. You know? I'll never forget.
We're waiting, boys. It's not us.
It's not us. Yeah. When we were in Riyadh and Team Reject, right? I remember they didn't hot drop a team in the last second of the game, you know? And what happened was I ended up talking to that player being like, yo, why didn't you hot drop the squad to try to win the tournament? And he was like, we were just trying to hold on to second place. It was Reggie Ocio. And he was so sad. And he looked at me and he was just like, I will never do that again. You know what I'm saying? And It makes sense. It makes sense because sometimes it takes, feeling that pain of just being like, dude, we could have won the tournament if we took the risk, but we didn't. To finally be next time, like, hey, we're gonna make that risk happen.
Yeah. There's been multiple scenarios. I'm over here just giggling to myself because there's been multiple scenarios where kind of players end up saying the same thing. Okay, you know what? Next time we're not gonna leave it up to just the game or to RNG or whatever. So, I'm hoping that tomorrow, for those teams that are in Group B, don't leave it up to. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Hot Jukes and the 7WG podcast. We're waiting for the overall and for everything else just so we can close up the show here. 5 great matches, honestly. I would have to say.
Yeah.
Entertaining, not that many crazy mistakes, which I truly enjoy. And we had some highlight plays. Kodiak being one of those that definitely, I feel like we can talk about them over and over again on what they did great. One team that I want to talk about and just nitpick, it's going to be Numb. First 2 games, looking solid. Great positioning. Aggressiveness wasn't there. Eliminations weren't there. But the positioning, solid, right? Then they turn it up, start getting those elims. And then after that, they kind of slow down. And then going back here, rewind it a bit into the last match, they're able to actually get in good positioning. They did end up losing 2 players, save themselves there towards the later of the match, and then back it up with elims. If this team can figure out just how to like switch that great positioning into also some eliminations here and there, I mean, setting themselves up for the finals, that would be great because I'm intrigued to see where they are, Jukes, in regards to the overall. Because tomorrow or whenever they play again, they would just have to do maybe very minimal stuff that they can actually allow themselves to work on that and then set themselves up for the finals.
For sure. I mean, I think when it comes to that team in particular, I always say there's a few certain things that a team needs to be a championship team. And one of them is the ability to switch aggression and passiveness like a light switch, like instantly. That is one of the hardest things to learn in competitive PUBG Mobile because it's not just you having that realization and doing it, it's the entire team doing it together, right? And I just think Numb hasn't figured out that light switch mentality just yet. I do think it's there, but it's on a little bit of a delay, right? It just takes a little bit too long to finally be like, hey, we're in a dominant position. Let's go full-fledged aggression. Like we see Kodiak do, right? Like when they're in a position where it's obvious, they just go crazy. Numb is like, what should we do here? Should we play a little passive? Do this? And that little hesitancy, I think, is what's costing them. It's one of the hardest things to learn, but it's definitely something that can be caught on. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully it's something they figure out sooner rather than later.
I mean, that's true. And the thing is that you mentioned it perfectly too, is that it could be one of those things that gets caught on quick. So if a team even gets a knock, realizes it's, and then realizes, okay, that team's not going to be aggressive, let's just actually end up pushing them and being the over aggressors in that scenario. Sometimes that teams that aren't being an aggressor in this scenario, it would be Numb. They just get fully overwhelmed and they end up getting sent back to the lobby, the full roster.
Yeah, and that's something that's so tough because something that you said earlier, Seven, was like you and I have both heard, right? So many players that have certain regrets and been like, man, you know what? I'll never do this again. Next time I'm gonna do this. For some teams, though, there is no next time. That's it. That was the last time. And that's what I'm saying is you cannot leave that up to chance, guys. So, I mean, I want to see that happen from those teams. I want to see some of the big names pop off tomorrow. I'm interested to see what the new squads are going to come in and make things happen because there were some teams that I was kind of talking about that did really well before. BX Brothers being one of them. That's one squad I really, really want to see how they're going to perform here because we saw what happened with Kodiak, right? Kodiak did solid in season 1. But they're looking like a whole new monster here in season 2.
Yeah. I mean, Kodiak just leveling up their playing style, leveling up their aggressiveness. But can you in 2 days? Can you do it in the finals?
Big question.
Because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Can you actually do it when it matters the most? Now you're kind of setting the foundation here. You're setting with what you were saying earlier, Jukes. You're kind of scaring the other teams. Don't come near me. We're aggressive. We've been putting up the elimination points. But when we get to the finals, are you still going to have that? Is that foundation going to be fully built now? Are you going to be able to just fully commit to it, continue to have those And we have it, baby. The
Yes!
match ranking. Kodiak 21. Holy
What?
crap.
Woo! 31 total points for Kodiak. These guys are going to the finals, baby. I think it's tomorrow. I don't think it matters anymore in what they do. These guys are big killing at this point. Yeah, they made their statement. That's for sure. And you're right. They're a super big threat because they can do whatever the heck they want tomorrow.
This team, if my math serves me right, when we end up going to the overall, they should have about 89 points, which is going to be absolutely ridiculous for this squad. And right there, my math me right, my accountant father is going to be happy for me. 81 points total, 61 eliminations. And if you look at the eliminations from everybody else, it's not even close, Dukes.
Dude, let me just do some math here. Let me see. Yeah, so just to give you an example of how many points Kodiak just did, they put up as many points as the 11th down to 16th place team combined. That is crazy.
No wait. Even better. In one game, Kodiak was able to get more points than 6th place all the way down.
That's right. That's right. In one game, they passed up 6th place on down total performance. Unbelievable. Yeah. We talk about point sponges, right? Someone's that's just soaking up all the points. And today, that was Kodiak. Goodness gracious. You know, tomorrow is going to be interesting for them because what do you want to do, right? You could decide to hunt down certain teams and make sure they don't make it to the finals. You also could literally use tomorrow as a practice round. Like, feel like there's something that you want to go ahead and, figure something out. You can. Who's today's MVP? It's T.
Ooh.
17 eliminations. Well deserved. This guy went nuts.
Honestly, I didn't know who was going to be MVP. I know it was going to be somebody from Kodiak.
That's a fact.
Just because of the numbers in regards to elims that they've been able to put up. Over 3,000 damage. This man, Jukes, this alone was able to get more eliminations or the same eliminations as 3rd place, make them run, as Numb. And then, that's a lot of other teams that are towards the bottom. But that's ridiculous. Getting more eliminations by himself or equaling the amount of eliminations as the 3rd place team is just ridiculous to me.
Crazy. I mean, it's a lot of people are probably in the chat be like, man, these guys are really talking about Kodiak. But what do you want us to do, guys? Look at this performance. Gosh, I mean, it's hard to beat there. That is hard to beat. So I just hope that they honestly don't let this performance get to your head a little bit because, come finals time, it's going to be a little bit of a different tournament. So just utilize tomorrow, I think, as a way to kind of tune things up a little bit that you feel is a little bit off. Honestly, not a lot is off, though, because these guys went nuts, 7. Any final thoughts?
I'm excited to see what's going to be happening tomorrow, baby. Kodiak, bring that A game. Everybody else, bring your A game.
Let's go. Group B versus Group C tomorrow, guys. Mark your calendars. I'm Hot Jukes here with the 7 Worlds Gaming. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching.